Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. Very exciting show for you as always, but there are a few special items that I want to make everybody aware of. The first of which is a bundle that has been put together by producer Liam. It is exquisite. It's perfect for the summer seasons. Actually, do you know what? It's perfect all year round. It is timeless, classic elegance. Funnily enough, I've mentioned the fact that it's perfect for the summer months, and of course you've got two winter birthstones here, because you've got February's amethyst and November's citrine, but actually it's named after the month of spring. Springtime Fancy. This is the name of the bundle. Now the reason I'm bringing this to people's attention is that for me, the price point is incredible. I think it's going to be very sought after, but it's only limited edition. So we've actually only got 50 available. It's not coming up until 8:30 p.m, but I know that anybody who has even just started as a jewellery maker, or of course people who have those commissions coming through, these are three quintessential gemstones to have in your collection. The price point's unbelievable. Make sure you have your phone in hand at 8:30 p.m. for this particular bundle. It just took my fancy. The second I saw the schedules this morning, I fell in love with this bundle, so I thought I'd let everybody be aware of it. Now, on top of that, Mr. Scott Stone, the sales manager, has also been very, very generous in giving us 3 premiere strands this evening. One of which, oh, I meant to check, was this reclassified? Do you know what? It doesn't matter, because it actually allows me the opportunity to explain. Okay, so, because this particular strand of corundum is of such high quality, it's been lab tested and come back as ruby, but I personally think that you need those pigeon blood red hues to come through, because it is a colour classification. I would say it's Pink Sapphire. And so, I mean, it's almost like a sort of, I was going to say like a hot pink or baby pink. Do you know what I'm going to describe it as? A Barbie pink. It's that kind of pink. It's very, very feminine, very sort of girly. Would you agree with that? Sam's nodding, and she's a girl. She's giving me a thumbs up. Sam's on the camera, so actually I'll take up, but also a talented jewellery maker, so we might go to Sam for a bit of inspiration, if that's okay. Is that all right with you, Sam? There you go. Actually, Sam's already earmarked a strand from the first hour that she wants to get hold of, haven't you? I'll let everybody know what that is as well. So your Pink Sapphire is coming up later in the show. It's a premiere launch. And this will be available at 7:30 p.m. Don't forget, whenever we're launching a brand new strand here at Jewellery Maker, that's going to be your best opportunity to get involved. We're often able to offer you an exclusive launch price. That's not my only brand new strand. Coming up at 8 p.m. Well, it's a very, very long strand, over 30 centimetres in length, of silver-coated pyrite. Faceted rondelles. Sam's just went like this at me. She wants them. We do have quite a high stock level on this particular strand. I'm kind of thinking about this strand in a few different ways, one of which is the fact that it's going to work so well within most designs. It's going to go with a lot of different colour tones, but also just have a look at the finish on that silver coating. Provides you with a real metallic shimmer, doesn't it? So potentially save you a bit of money on investing on precious metals like your sterling silver, because you can use your pyrite within those designs and cut back on your sterling silver potentially. That's coming up at 8 p.m. So kick off the final hour with that strand of pyrite. I do have a slightly higher quantity than usual, but the price point combined with the gemstone's popularity tells me once again you're going to have to react quickly if you want to get hold of that strand. And then our superstar buy this evening really has sort of captured everyone's imagination, in all honesty. It's one of our favourite gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, again because of its versatility, and I have to say because of the very subtle hue and colour tone that you've got from this particular strand of Smokey Quartz. It's going to make it even more versatile than usual because you've got that gorgeous clarity, you've got that subtlety of that almost chocolate brown tone coming through, and then of course these are huge faceted, they've been classified as wheels. I would say they're similar to the rondelle cut really, rather than the wheels, because I expect the wheels to be flat personally. We'll go with rondelles. Okay, and they're 6x3mm in size, very, very, very sparkly, I must say. That's what everybody's been so excited about so far today here at Jewellery Maker. That's coming up at 8:45 as our superstar buy. That will conclude the show this evening, but before that we have to get ourselves up and running. Am I right in saying, oh, of course it's the smaller beads, isn't it? Yes, here they are. I knew it because I was looking at this bracelet and thinking how well the gemstones work together. So this is a 6mm plain round bundle. Well, the rutile quartz are faceted, the rose quartz are plain rounds, and the mookaite are plain rounds, all 6mm in size, and that gives you 89 carats of mookaite, 82 carats of rose quartz, and 90 carats of black rutile quartz. What should it be called? Ah, I see, I see. So if I told you the name, then it would give away the price point, you see, so that's why we changed the name to the 6mm special. We don't want to give the price away just yet. Of course, if you are shopping with us at JewelleryMaker.com, then you can already see the price point. You can see my starter for £5 price point, and that's probably why I've got so many customers already adding this to their basket. Now, of course, we were joined by the expert, that is Mark Smith, who's been providing us with the designer inspiration this afternoon, and he was on our show last week and he was saying rounds are where it's at right now. Everybody's trying to stock up on their rounds. I think this is the perfect combination of colour tones, of gemstones, and of course you've got all your 6mm rounds you could possibly need, because you've got these sort of autumnal colours, although there are some quite vibrant tones in there as well, aren't they? Ruby reds and mustard golds there. Then you've got the femininity from your beautiful rose quartz, and then you've got that very classic monochrome effect from your rutile quartz. So ticking every box with this particular collection of gemstones, and we're not going to let you down with the price point either. Whenever we take a collection of gemstones and bundle them together, it creates a unique discount code. Now, this particular product will only be available during the late show. After that, you're going to miss out on that opportunity. And if you were to buy these 3 strands individually, I think it would cost you £12.85. Tonight, we're going to provide you with a bit of a saving. We're going to take these 3 strands under £10. Let's have a look at our price point then. 6mm special here, £9.95, under £10. But if you actually have a look at how well these gemstones work together, you'll understand how imperative it is that you get this into your collection. I mean, this particular design is a great idea for incorporating a number of different gemstones into a bracelet design, actually, because you can see this sort of, is it like a sort of ladder weave? Is it bead loomed even? It's bead loomed, that's what it is. So that actually goes to show how well your 6mm rounds work within your bead loom. But, of course, you've got the combination of the colour tones. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily use all of these gemstones in one design. I would use my black rutile quartz in maybe my monochrome evening wear, my rose quartz for those feminine pieces, and then the mookaite's perfect for your everyday piece of jewellery, isn't it? And you know what it is, don't you? It's a sunny day. Maybe a few people have thought, oh, we'll walk home from the school playground or something. Not enough people on the phone line, so my producer has reacted appropriately. He's taken the price down. Now, we don't want to devalue gemstones in any way. As you all know, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and so we want to really provide you with the best value on the market, and that's exactly what we've done now. $7.95 for 3 strands of gemstones, rose quartz, mookaite, and blue rutile quartz. Should we try black rutile quartz? English probably the best language for me to do this in. It's the only one I speak. Have a look at this. You've got a lot of gemstones on here because they're 6mm rounds, of course. You can fit a few more gemstones on that strand than you would expect. Now, whatever you are up to this evening, whether you be watching talent shows or sitting in your garden, make sure you've got your laptop or your tablet on hand or in the corner so you can pounce the second you see and add it to your order deal. Don't forget, here at Jewellery Maker, we're only ever going to charge you 1 P&P per day, so if you've paid your $2.95 today, then we will find you a deal so you can maximise on that opportunity. 3 strands of 6mm rounds for $7.95. I mean, most of the strands I see on our website are around about $6.95, $7.95. So to get 3 strands for that price point represents pretty incredible value. We're going to leave that there. Wow, lots and lots of people come through thanks to that impromptu price reduction from my producer. We're going to move on though. Blue opal. Here we go then. Have a look at the range of colour tones. You've got your icy blues, your sky blues, even some of these sort of richer royal blue tones coming through as well. Now these faceted rondelles range in size from 3x1 to 7x3. I'm just thinking, because of the variety of colour tones here, almost provide you with the design itself. You could restrand this, attach a lovely sterling silver clasp. You've got a bracelet right there, haven't you? You probably wouldn't need all of the gemstones either. You probably have enough to make a matching set of earrings. That's the way to really maximise on the profit you can make if you are selling your jewellery designs at craft fairs. Of course, we learnt from Mark last week, always important to have multiple samples of your upsells. So if you create a bracelet and you create a matching pair of earrings, make sure you create 2 of those earrings in case somebody just wants the earrings. Later on, if somebody comes to buy the bracelet, you need to make sure you've got the matching earrings for that customer as well. And that's the way to start really maximising on the profit you can make, of course, as well, of course, of shopping from Jewellery Maker to get the best value on the market. Now, here we're dealing with opal, and that has to be considered one of the most familiar gemstones available to, you know, gemstone enthusiasts. Tends to have these sentimental attachments because of its familiarity. And of course, we have an alternative variety. I think most people, when they think of opal, they think of the pinfire, they think of that traditional colour play. Here we've got a sort of opaque version, but very, very popular colour tone. In fact, it's thought that most people's first purchase of gemstone jewellery tends to be a blue or a purple gemstone. So to offer somebody a very familiar gemstone in a very popular colour tone could, again, end up in a lot of sales. Maybe, of course, your birthday's in October and you want to create a beautiful piece of birthstone jewellery for yourself for your holidays. This has a really sort of sunshine feel to it. It's probably because of these sort of sky blue tones that you're getting there. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this was only launched very, very recently here at Jewellery Maker, so you may have missed out on the opportunity to add this to your order. If that's you, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because that's what we're here to do on The Late Show, to give you a second bite of the cherry. And here comes your price point this evening. $14.95. Now, this particular strand of opal comes from our Gems of Distinction range here at Jewellery Maker, and that's our elite selection of gemstones. Represents the best possible quality we can source for you, sourced by our buying office based in Jaipur, which is the premier location for gemstone trading. And you can add October's birthstone, beautiful blue opal, to your order this evening for as little as $14.95. Now, we launched this around about 4 weeks ago. Well, over 30 days ago. Now, regular collectors here at Jewellery Maker will know that once a gemstone strand has been launched here on Jewellery Maker, after 30 days, we can do a price slash on that item if we see it fit to clear out the last of stock, make way for a new and exciting product. Now, we didn't foresee having to do that on the blue opal. We thought it was just going to fly out the door. And for the most part, it has. It's only been on air a few times, always been popular. Tonight, it's a sunny evening, and we want to encourage you to get on the phone lines tonight. So, we're going to do the first ever price slash on this particular strand. This could potentially be your final opportunity to get hold of this strand. Certainly your best opportunity to get hold of it, because this is going to represent the best price we've ever seen on this strand. We've taken it down to $10.95. Our producer tells me that's as low as he can possibly go. That's what he's here for, to give you the best deals, and he never lets you down, producer Liam. Just taking this down to $10.95, a clearance price. Now, whenever we do a sort of impromptu price reduction here on the Late Show, unfortunately, that offer is a little bit limited. That price will be available for the next 60 minutes, at which point this strand will return to our website at the original price of $14.95. So even if you're umming and ahhing, you're in two minds, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So 30 days to get this home, appreciate the gemstone for its beauty and its versatility, and then make a final decision. But you'll only be able to add this to your order at the clearance price of $10.95 for the next 60 minutes. I'll leave that on with you, and we'll move on. Ooh. I've never seen this particular strand of amber. We did have one strand last week, and it was this similar variety. It was the multi-tonal variety. So you've got the sort of lemon curd tones, the sort of cognac tones, and those almost jet black varieties as well. But the strand we had was more of an organic cut. It was the nuggets of amber. These are much larger in size. These are almost a similar size and shape to a Baroque pearl. And they range in size from 4x3 to 8x4. Beautiful to have those variety of colour tones. Oh no, but we've only got single figures of availability. The amber was very, very popular, and through my own mistake, we found out that it was around about 6 months between us having it at the start of the year and us getting it back in stock for June. So we think we're working on about a 6-month cycle with amber, but of course, as ever, we're always at the mercy of Mother Nature when it comes to natural gemstones and natural minerals like amber. Of course, this is fossilized tree resin. And half the stock's already been allocated. We started with single figures, so that's not surprising. Let's get the price on screen right now for all of you phone buyers. Hopefully you've already dialed that free phone number to get involved. We've only got 4 remaining in stock, so congratulations if you did come through early. That's the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. Maybe you missed out on the opportunity 2 weekends ago. Maybe you got hold of it when it arrived at your door. It was so beautiful you were thinking, wish I'd got 2 of those. Right now the final 4 strands are available, but you need to act now to avoid disappointment. Denise, you just came through. You snapped yours up now as well. Valerie's there. She takes us down to the final 2 strands in stock. So if you do want to get involved, Janet, you've taken us down to the final 1 strand left in stock. Anybody wants to add that last one to their order? Oh, there's Margaret in Merseyside. Congratulations. So we're moving on to rose quartz droplets. Top drilled, and quite an interesting finish to these. They're quite broad, they're polished droplets, rather than being faceted. They always have a sort of bubble-like feel to them. They're quite fun, aren't they? You can imagine these creating beautiful but contemporary designs. That's the way I see it. I'm thinking for, you know, your nieces or your younger daughters maybe. I could be wrong. You could integrate them into sort of elegant evening wear for a lady maybe. Or of course, bridal headwear perhaps. They'd work really well in a hair comb or a tiara design. It's just, you know, when you pick up a strand of genuine gemstones, all of a sudden start to get design ideas, don't you? The creative juices start to flow. Or maybe you get quite distinctive imagery that's evoked from holding a genuine gemstone. That for me is really the deal breaker with synthetic beads, you know, because you don't get that same feeling that, you know, they've been thousands, if not millions of years in the making. You think about something like amber, could be millions of years old. But, you know, I think that heritage and also the organic nature of a genuine gemstone, it makes different people feel different ways. I mean, I personally am seeing maybe some feminine, almost festival style designs with this. I can see some really contemporary pieces being created with this, but of course it still has a very classic feel. Sam's thinking headwear. Oh, right, okay, the corundum, the strand of pink sapphires. That's a great combination, isn't it? Again, I was describing that as having quite contemporary or fun connotations around it. I actually described it as being Barbie pink. It's almost a raspberry tone, isn't it, in the pink sapphires? You're right, that is a fantastic combination. In a tiara. What, silver wire or, yeah, silver wire. There you go. So straight away, different jewellery makers starting to have different ideas about how they'd incorporate this rose quartz into designs. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range again. Now, I would say rose quartz, it's one of those gemstones that we're quite successful in being able to source here at Jewellery Maker. And we have fairly healthy variety of different strands of rose quartz on our website. But this has something distinctive about it. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's got a slightly greater consistency of colour across the strand. Almost has a sort of vitreous feel to it, almost quite aquatic in its formation. They range in size from 5mm to 11mm. And let's have a look at our price point. Under £10 for rose quartz of this quality, a huge carat weight. Only launched at the end of May. So again, that's our job here on The Late Show. Maybe you're at work during the day, maybe you have other commitments and you don't get the opportunity to see certain launches. Of course, traditionally, our launches take place on the morning show. So maybe you missed out on the opportunity to buy this at the launch price. We're going to honour that price this evening down to £7.95, and that really goes to back up exactly what I was saying about our premiere launches this evening. We'll be able to offer you the best opportunity to add those to your order by giving you an exclusive launch price. That's exactly what they did the day this was launched. They took it down to £7.95. It did end up on our website at £9.95, but here on The Late Show, for the last in stock, we have honoured the original launch price, basically to try and give you the best value on the market, to make you an offer you can't refuse. £7.95 for 85 carats of gorgeous rose quartz, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, true femininity from that gemstone, and a clearance price. Available for 60 minutes only, of course. Ooh, these are beautiful. Again, another variety of rose quartz. I said we're quite successful, and I would say in sourcing this gemstone, we've always been successful, in all honesty. We've always been able to get very high quality rose quartz and a variety of different sizes and cuts for our website. We don't see a cut like this very often though. 30 by 22 mil in size, huge leaf bead carvings. I mean, if you are putting together bridal wear using this very subtle, pale, feminine pink, these are crying out to be part of it. How about these as a combination? The polished droplets with the carved leaves. Those almost look like little drops of dew. And then you've got your very, very detailed leaf carvings there. Just have a look at the level of detail on the surface of the gemstone. Very, very time consuming, very labour intensive. But this is why we work with very experienced and committed lapidarists. If you don't, you know, some new buyers may not be aware of that, but lapidarist is another name for a gemstone cutter. Okay, so people who actually do the hand carving of gemstones, those are a little bit, those are in a different part of the offices because it's a different skill. You know, cutting and polishing gemstones to specific criteria and calibrations is one thing, but having the, I don't know, this sort of the creative nous to actually hand carve these gemstones into beautiful leaf beads, that's a completely different skill. These are going to seriously enhance your gemstone designs. How many of these do we have in stock? We do have quite a healthy stock level, though I have to say, with a gemstone strand of this beauty that's going to enhance your designs. Actually, to be honest, a strand like this is almost going to lead you through the creative process, almost going to dictate to you the way in which it wants to be used in the designs. I'm thinking, you know, those traditional gemstone bouquets that Gemma put together, Design of the Year for 2013. These will work perfectly in those designs. Mother Nature's inspiration, not just via the gemstone, but also it's her design for a leaf, isn't it? Mirrored in the gemstone itself. Over 350 carats of rose quartz on one strand here. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. Seriously, $7.95? I mean, they're all large enough to be pendants on their own, aren't they? And then actually, if you did want to make some quite affordable and easy to make jewellery, you could do it with cord. Bit of pink, all these words are falling out of my head today. Satin cord, that's the word. So the pink satin cord, just with one gemstone on there as the pendant, that's perfect summer fate jewellery, isn't it? You know? Say again, sorry? The mesh. The wire mesh. That would look gorgeous, yeah. Oh, because we were saying it almost had the leaf skeletal feel to it. Great idea from Sam there. Work with the wire mesh. $7.95, it's flying out the door. If you want to get hold of this particular strand of rose quartz, then you need to be acting very, very quickly, because at that price point, that could be a sellout this evening, who knows. $7.95 for gorgeous rose quartz. We are going to have to leave that because it's time for the first star buy of the evening. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy. We are going to have a star buy every 30 minutes or so over the evening, and it tends to be either a clearance product or a premiere launch or a super saving bundle, where once again the producer's taken a collection of products and bundled them together so they can offer you a saving. That's exactly what we've done. This is a very metallic looking stash, but also similar shapes. It's called Tube-tastic. Have a look at these. So these are your Pyrite tubes. They're 12 by 8 mil in size, and again, you've got a huge carat weight here. 380 carats of Pyrite in total. Traditional variety of fool's gold, Pyrite, known as fool's gold, I was going to say. And of course, once again with your Pyrite, it allows you to integrate these metallic tones into your designs without having to invest in very expensive precious metals. I mean, And you imagine how much it would cost you to get hold of a 9-carat gold tube like that. I mean, these are very, very gem heavy, the pyrite. It's going to provide a real feeling of solidity to the design itself. On top of that, you've also got your yellow gold plated sterling silver tubes. These are these are sort of an S shape in the tube. You get 10 of these, they're 17 by 10 mil in size. There we go. So this is sterling silver as your base metal, plated with yellow gold. You get 10 of these, and we will show you a little bit of inspiration in a second. We'll show you how you can incorporate these into your designs. In fact, some jewellery makers, as soon as you've seen them, you're going to be thinking not just of creative ideas of how these kind of findings will work their way into your designs, but also sometimes when you lay your eyes on a find like this, you think, that's it, that's the solution to my problem. You know, if you're having a bit of an issue with something within the crafting genre that you're working in, and you see something like that, you might think, that's going to sort of bridge the gap or what have you. So they are very, very useful. Those are your gold-plated sterling silver S-shaped tubes. Don't forget, you've still got your pyrite. And then on top of that, we've got your rose gold-plated 925 sterling silver crimp beads. There you go, that'll save us a lot of time. That's everything you're going to get in terms of the findings. So you actually get 100 of your rose gold plated sterling silver crimps, and you get 10 of your yellow gold plated sterling silver S tubes, or spiral tubes they're also known as, and then 380 carats of pyrite. So just have a look at the way you can use all of these in one design. It does really work beautifully together, actually. Very elegant feel to the design. Great deal of opulence when you're working with the yellow gold tones, in my opinion. Again, work with so many different colour tones as well. You don't have to use all these together. I'm just looking over here, I'm thinking if you wanted to inject a bit of vibrancy into the design, I think these sort of buttercup yellows and regal purples work really, really well with the yellow gold tones, don't they? That's coming up later in the show. Now, if you were to buy these items individually, and I know that for some people, having rose gold plated crimp beads, for example, is an essential. You know, if you want to create a professional finish to your designs, then gold plated crimp beads are where it's at. Shows a real level of attention to detail, right down to the finish on your designs. If you were to buy all of these individually, it would cost you $22.85, so just over £20, but that's not going to be your price point tonight. We're taking it down to $14.95. Wow, so that represents a saving of £7 or £8 there. So if you do want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Pyrite, your yellow gold plated tubes, and your rose gold plated crimp beads. You get 100 of those. All of this for $14.95. There you go. My producer has just saved everybody exactly £10. So it should be $22.85. Take it down to $12.85. That's what we're all about when we're offering you a star buy deal here on The Late Show, providing you with incredible value, the best value on the market. And the more I speak to expert guest designers that we have here at Jewellery Maker, the more I think that you've got to stock up on your findings deals whenever they come up. Findings are the things that really sort of limit jewellery makers traditionally, aren't they? Because if you haven't got the right finding to finish your design, then, you know, it can hinder the creative process, can't it? It's a bit frustrating as well, isn't it? You know, thinking, oh, if I just had a tiny little crimp bead, I could finish this design. Stock up while you can. This is absolutely a wholesale deal this evening. 100 rose gold crimp beads is part of that deal and a £10 saving. Don't forget, if you are a big fan of Pyrite, we've got the silver Pyrite coming up at 8:30 p.m. or 8 p.m. sorry. 8 p.m. this evening. Gorgeous metallic shimmer from your silver coated Pyrite. Coming up at 8 p.m. Moving on though. How many of these have you got? Quite a reasonable stock level. Sam, you getting your mobile out? Told me before the show you wanted this one.
I do love Druzy.
Sam, our tech op, is a jewellery maker and she loves Druzy. What do you love about it, Sam?
It's so open inside.
So you actually like the organic openings within the gemstones. Those imperfections is why you prize the gemstone then. Of course, it doesn't hurt that inside those openings you've got these gorgeous crystal formations that sparkle away like that, does it? Look at that. Somebody's been smiling on this particular crystal formation because, of course, traditionally it's quite difficult for these druzy crystals to actually form on the surface of a gemstone. They tend to form within the imperfections. So they're first of all relying on something going wrong while the quartz itself is forming. Then, of course, the problem is that once they have managed to form, when people are mining for the quartz itself, the miners can often destroy those almost microscopic crystal formations because they're not looking for that, they're looking for the quartz itself. And you can find that when you're mining for the quartz, you actually damage the crystal formations known as the druzy inside. Not on this particular strand. We know now how popular the druzy quartz is because I think basically most jewellery makers out there are magpies. They love a little bit of sparkle. Well, Emily, our regular contributor from the West Midlands, told us that, didn't she? She texted in one night to say, come on Ed, everybody loves a bit of sparkle. Emily's already messaged into the show. Brilliant. Same message. Oh, go on Emily, there you go. So there I was just referencing it and Emily had just texted in to say, come on, we love a bit of sparkle. And absolutely, why not? It's quite interesting actually because of course the crystals form in different parts on each and every gemstone, so again you get a bespoke finish and you get a real, I would describe these as a talking point. That's what I would say. If you're wearing these within a piece of jewellery, it's going to get people noticing your design, it's going to get people talking. I love this one. Actually, this has a sort of, what do you call it? 1984 like feel to it, doesn't it? Big Brother's watching you. There you go, look at that. So actually that's interesting because you can actually use those sort of imperfections and the unique quality that each gemstone has to enhance your design and create a bespoke finish. Over 600 carats here, and just have a look at how easy it is to create very subtle, but I would say showcase style jewellery designs. Now these have been brought in by Sam, but they've actually been created by the talented Mrs. Robinson.
Yeah.
She's trying to seduce me with her jewellery designs. Look at this. So this is Sam's mum that's put these together. Carol?
Yeah.
Carol didn't know these were going to be on screen. I've met Carol. She's a lovely, lovely lady. And a talented jewellery maker, now we know. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen because there's so many people adding this to their orders. Wow, why not at that price point? Oh, Carol, you've just gone up in my estimations even more. Ever since I heard that you were throwing insults at director Bruce the other night. Bruce Almighty. That's a good nickname for you, Brucey boy. That's my director, Bruce. He loves putting the show together, just like we all do here at Jewellery Maker. One thing we love is having fun, but the thing we take seriously is giving you incredible prices for genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what we have just done. 600 carats of white druzy quartz for $7.95. These are 16mm rounds, so they are going to have a huge impact on your designs. And actually, our opportunities to bring you druzy are a little bit few and far between. I would probably suggest that most jewellery makers don't think we've got enough druzy. This is very, very popular. And it's because of that talking point that it creates. I think if you are selling in a traditional venue like a craft fair, gemstone like druzy that has that sparkly crystal formation is going to attract attention to your designs. It's going to almost enhance the look of the design, but also attract attention to what you've created. $7.95. Thanks for bringing those in, Sam. Thank you, Carol, for putting them together. Absolutely gorgeous. And it just goes to show that you don't need too many other gemstones if you're working with something like druzy. $7.95. I'm going to move on now to beautiful blue sapphires. Very, very high-end look here. Midnight blue tones. Faceted rondelles. Now again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range and absolutely represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. I think you can see that in the finish on the gemstones. I mean, if you're looking for sparkle, you got it. But because of the depth of colour you've got it, because of the depth of colour you've got here, that rich saturation of those navy blues and midnight blues, it's almost a lustre that you're getting from this particular gemstone. The rondelles, they're quite subtle, very elegant sizes. They range from 2x1 to 4x2. But I don't think you're going to need to use a great deal of these to make a huge impact on your design. I mean, for a start, you're offering people sapphires, and probably the most traditional colour tone. Anybody who doesn't have a real depth of knowledge about gemstones will probably associate sapphires with this rich blue tone. That's traditionally how it's been used. And actually, at the moment, as an industry, we thought that the yields of blue sapphires aren't high enough for the big boys to really be creating collections around that gemstone. So it could be that somebody's looking for sapphire jewellery and they can't source it elsewhere. You could be that solution. As a bespoke jewellery maker, you can say, oh, I can get hold of blue sapphires. You've got 15 carats here of what I would describe as jewellery quality gemstones. I know that some people are a little bit confused by that phrase because they think, well, they're all jewellery quality. I make jewellery out of everything. But there is a distinct difference between, you know, a denser form of an agate or a jasper, perhaps. As popular as they are, as versatile as they are, there is a difference between those gemstones and, you know, faceted sapphires. This is one of the big four, one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, and of course, the choice for princesses when they're getting their engagement ring created. They don't want diamonds. Diamonds, they're 10 a penny. They want sapphires, September's birthstone, and of course, the most traditional colour tone. Now, this has only ever been seen once before here on Jewellery Maker. Never been seen on the Late Show. So this could be your first opportunity to own this particular strand. Now, for some people, jewellery making is just a pastime, a hobby that, you know, they pick it up, they put it down. Not many people, because it's one of the most addictive hobbies I've ever known of. But for other people, it may have started as a hobby, but now it's their livelihood. You know what I mean? They've elevated their hobby into a small business. Now they've got clients, they've got personal commissions coming through, and they're working on an elite level. And so some people may be looking at the price point for this strand and thinking, that's a bit out of my price bracket for gemstones. Others, this is a true bargain because it's going to allow you to create a huge amount of profit. If you're working with perhaps gold-plated sterling silver, or even sterling silver, because sterling silver tones with your midnight blues looks rather beautiful, doesn't it? But if you're working with those high-end metals and you've got one of the big 4 or 5, depending on how you look at it, but one of the big 4 in that collection, people are going to appreciate what you're bringing to the table. This is absolutely some of the highest quality sapphire we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker. You can tell from this beautiful luster here, that reflective quality. When the light hits the surface, the faceted surface of that gemstone, it's just bouncing back because of that saturation of colour. It is absolutely spectacular. And again, a gemstone that we just haven't got enough of. And I can tell you, we only have a limited number available. So there's going to be a few people out there who maybe you've just walked in the door from work, maybe this is your sort of show. The late show's your opportunity to get hold of these gemstones. Maybe you missed out on the launch on the morning show. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Maybe you've just received your first ever commission. So you're one of those people who's just starting to move away from being a hobbyist and starting to look at jewellery making as a small business, a chance for you to make some money. This is where it's at. The high-end gems of distinction strands are really what's going to allow you to justify the price points you want to achieve within your designs. Because of course, you have to cover the cost of your time and your creativity.
You could do a flag with something that's going on the telly at the moment. You might be familiar with it. But
I'm not. Sam's giving us some ideas. Patriotic designs, basically.
yeah, like an England flag out of the Pyrite.
So you're thinking of taking all of the new strands, the rondelles, and making a British flag, effectively. A Union flag. Say again, sorry? Yes, there's a few alternative tones in there because you've got the silvers and the pinks, but it'd be representative of the colour tones, I understand. And what do you mean for the football tournament coming up? But you wouldn't want a Britain flag though.
The ladies might. It's a bit more.
The what, sorry?
The ladies might.
Maybe. Maybe. I like it. I like it. The midnight blue though, this is the colour tone people are looking for when they're thinking of sapphires. Be good on a brooch actually. The pinks, the silvers and the blues together, I think. Brooch design. Let's get your price on screen then. £27.95. That's less than £2 per strand here for sapphires. And as I say, it's probably the most traditional colour tone that people associate with sapphires. Of course, regular viewers and collectors to us here at Jewellery Maker will already be aware that corundum comes in a variety of different colour tones, and whenever it does, those are known as sapphires, unless of course they're red. But we do have another strand of sapphires coming up later in the show, the pink sapphires. That'd be phenomenal. I'll tell you what, it'd be really interesting to know whether viewers at home do invest in the gems of distinction strands for that reason. So maybe you have just started to sell your designs and you want to incorporate gems of distinction strands. Maybe you've got no intention of making jewellery from a strand of sapphire. Maybe you're investing in this to be part of your gemstone collection. I know there's a lot of jewellery makers out there that do that. Let me know. If you want to get involved with the show, then text in to 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio. And let us know how you use the gems of distinction strands. Of course, you can also get involved at JewelleryMaker.com. Just click the message box. Whatever you write will come through to my producer's screen. I can tell you we are now down to limited availability. It's been very, very popular. And actually, you can always get involved with Jewellery Maker any time of day or night via our social networking site. So you can go to Jewellery Maker UK. I was surprised to go there the other day and find out that I think we've got something like 28,000 people. That is incredible. I remember when I first started presenting, I was saying, oh, I think we've got 23,000. So in just 6 months, we've managed to get another 5,000 people added to that community. So, you know, maybe you've got a hint or a tip. Maybe you've got something you want to share with the jewellery making community, a new design, a new technique. Don't hesitate to get involved. We welcome all of your feedback here at Jewellery Maker, and we love the fact that our audience is so involved with the show. That is available at $27.95, but I have to say, very, very limited in availability now. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, well, I'm going to keep that in my hand then, because this is the perfect combination for a very, very high-end design this summer. What about Midnight Blue Sapphires and Neon Apatite? They are bezzy mates. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, Neon Apatite just got a text message from Sapphire. Do you want to be my BFF? Look at these colour tones. They work so perfectly together. Especially because you've got the faceted variety of the Midnight Blue Sapphire, and then you've got the polished variety of the Neon Blue Apatite. So you get that beautiful juxtaposition, and the combination of colours is phenomenal. Love it. These kind of colour tones are what I would associate with the summer months. You know, there's beautiful blue tones. You can just imagine seeing these in a tropical location, can't you? Of course, it's going to be evening wear, I would say, because you've got sapphires and neon apatite. You've got a bit of sparkle there as well. So I'm thinking about maybe you're going to the summer ball. Of course, we're in a summer ball here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. There is a Jewellery Maker table. I was asked to host it, but I'm on air that day, so I can't be on the table. Oh, and we've had a message come through as well. Of course, we just asked people to text in and say how they use our gems and distinction strands. Rachel, I only order the high-end gems, the ones which have prestige and status. Everyone knows what they are and expect to pay a premium. Absolutely fantastic. Well, do you know what, Rachel, you make a great point there, because, you know, I always make reference to the fact that sometimes the venues you're selling in, the people that you're selling to, the customer base you create may not have that depth of knowledge that you'd expect from a jewellery maker, for example. You know, somebody who watches the show every day and is fed lots and lots of information. You might be selling to somebody who's just perusing on a Saturday morning in a village hall. So really, they might not be aware of druzy, carnelian, prehnite, tourmaline, but they're probably going to have heard of rubies, amber, emerald, sapphires. Even with a lesser variety of apatite, people might not have heard of that. However, neon apatite, right at the forefront of people's consciousness right now, because it's so popular on the American market. I see a lot of neon blue apatite, for example. So this is sort of rising to prominence, I would say. In the next 12 to 18 months, who knows, neon apatite might enter that arena. I'd say for some it already has. And this is a classic combination here. The midnight blues and the neon blues together. Okay, we've only got single figures available now of the neon apatite, so if you do want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number right now to add this to your order, because here comes your price point. $8.95 for neon apatite of this quality, this size. I mean, you've got 65 carats here. Some of these are very, very large in size. They range from 3x2 up to 8x5 mil. They're going to make a massive impact on your designs. You almost see sort of swimming pool blues. Love the look of this gemstone. I've been involved in the industry for over 6 years now, selling gemstones and gemstone jewellery. And I can tell you, I used to have whole hours dedicated to showcasing neon apatite on Gems TV, our sister channel. $8.95 for 65 carats. It's absolutely out of this world. Maybe, even though your customer base might not be familiar with this gemstone, maybe that's your job to educate your customer base. Maybe you need to make them aware of these up-and-coming gemstones like neon apatite for $8.95, you can get hold of this. It's going to make a huge impact on your designs, and then of course a few more people are going to know about the beauty of neon apatite. And the thing I think that might make a difference to you actually making sales in certain arenas, I understand exactly what our previous text message is saying. Basically, people, if it's not a sapphire, ruby, an emerald or a diamond, people aren't going to have a plethora of knowledge about it. But even if you spark a bit of interest, or maybe somebody has previously, you know, maybe they've seen neon apatite, it's one of those gemstones that people might notice. Because they don't know what it is, they might not investigate further. But of course, in the setting where jewellery makers are selling, you've got a little bit more time to engage with your customer. It's going to catch their attention because of those neon vibes coming through, those beautiful swimming pool blue hues. Sorry, I've got a bit of a blocked up nose. It's hindering me getting as many words out as I'd like. And then when they come to speak to you about that gemstone, you can explain to them, this hasn't been created by a machine. It's not a piece of glass. This is one of Mother Nature's finest creations. Beautiful neon blue apatite. $8.95. For me, a no-brainer, and add it to your order price. Okay, we've now got gorgeous carnelian. Very, very popular strand traditionally here at Jewellery Maker, particularly when you've got this variety of colour tones. You've got the paler hues, you've got the apricot tones, ranging up to the tangerines and even the ruby reds here. But once again, this has been handed to one of our most talented lapidarists or gemstone cutters, and they've created this beautiful carving on the surface of the gemstone. Now, we saw with the leaves how popular they were. These are the little roses. 8mm in size. Not only can these work so beautifully as maybe little rosebuds within your designs to create that inspired by Mother Nature feel, but actually they just provide a nice bit of texture, don't they, as well? Let's get that price on screen then. Again, limited in availability. Currently available on our website for £8.45. We're not staying there this evening. For the last in stock, we're going to take this down to a clearance price of $6.95. That matches the lowest ever price on this particular strand, but only for the last in stock and only for 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, if you've already got an order up and running, perhaps click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, maximise on that 1 P&P per day and add carnelian flowers to your order for a clearance price, $6.95. I've got to leave that on with you. We've got to move on now because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we have bundled together a collection of gemstones so that we can offer you a saving, and this is in fact a 5-strand super saver. Now, the more items we bundle together, the greater the price we can give you, the greater the discount we can offer you, and the more of a wholesale opportunity it is. Now, maybe you've been looking at your gemstone collection recently and feeling a little bit uninspired, or haven't quite got the right cut or the right shape or the right colour tone for the design you're putting together. Maybe we can solve that for you right now. Let's have a look at the gemstones we have on offer. Faceted white magnesite, and it's almost emulating howlite really, because you've got that similar silver matrix or webbing on the surface of the gemstone, almost like a subtle monochrome design. You've got those beautiful icy white tones with the silver matrix on the surface of a gemstone. 3mm faceted rounds, perfect for some of our more popular disciplines at the moment. Your soutache, bead loom, French knitting, kumihimo, micro macrame, works in so many different genres. And of course, very, very versatile because you've got a white gemstone. On top of that, I was looking at this and thinking, when I first saw it this morning, that it was aventurine, because it has that very similar colour tone, but it's actually green quartz. 10mm rounds, Nice variety of colour tones here, because you have got the pastel tones, but you've also got some which are a bit richer. You've got some forest greens coming through there as well. 270 carats of green quartz in your 10mm rounds. 30 carats of sky blue apatite. So this is, again, offering you some of those swimming pool blues, but also some of those sky blues tones as well there in your apatite. These are described as plain bricks. Basically rectangular prisms, but they're quite small. They range in size from 3x3 to 5x3. 45 carats of gorgeous labradorite. Oh, now I'm thinking use the labradorite and the apatite together, and the apatite tones will be picked up in the labradorescence. Some people may not be aware of labradorescence, but it's working already. Have a look at this. And can you see how that optical effect, that little bit of colour play you've got there, same colour tone as the apatite? Oh yeah. Those would work beautifully together. So hopefully you can see that labradorescence. That's what makes this gemstone so popular. And we know it's popular because it was voted your favourite gemstone to work with over the last 2 years, so it retained its title. I wonder what will win in 2014. Who knows? Only 6 months away now. And then how about this? We've had a lot of the versatile tones, we've had a lot of the earthy colours. How about an injection of some vibrancy, again, with carnelian. Rich tangerine tones, gorgeous ruby reds there, 80 carats of carnelian in your plain ovals, and they range in size from 6x5 to 13x9. Now, when you say should be priced, do you mean the price you'd have to pay normally for the 5 strands? Okay, so when my producer, normally, sorry what? So normally if you were to buy 5 strands of gemstones, it would be $18.75 for 5 strands. So that's already under £4 per strand for genuine gemstones. Now, whenever our producers put together a money-saving bundle, what they have to do is they have to fill in all the details, explain the concept, and send it to our managers for approval. They also have to attach a guideline price point, what they intend to sell it for. Now, if the price is too low, the sales manager will say, I like the concept, I like the gemstones, but the price is too low. I know, because I used to be the manager of the channel, so I used to have to approve all of these bundles, so that's how it goes. I used to say, make it lower. No, I didn't really, but you know, sales manager has to look after a lot of different sides of the business. You have to make sure that it's fair for all of our buyers. So now, what producer Liam's done is he sent this to sales manager Scott for approval, and this is the price he attached to the bundle. $11.95. So we're talking about, say, £2.20 a strand right now. Now that price point got it approved. That got it to where? But we're not giving you that price this evening because we want to represent the best value on the market, because we want to show you what it means to us to bring you a star buy deal. He's dropped the price even further. $9.95, under £2 per strand. Absolutely the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. I mean, you've got the apatite and the labradorite in there as well. I mean, this is just out of this world, isn't it? Less than £2 per strand. Would you pay less than, I mean, would you pay $9.95 for the labradorite elsewhere? Huge amount of labradorescence as well. Sky blues, golden tones, lime greens as well. Just for the apatite and the labradorite, which are huge strands, by the way. Just going to grab that ruler because I'm thinking, yep, they're both over 30 centimetres in length. Hold on, that's not a very good shot to represent that. Let me show you. There you go. They're both longer than the actual ruler. So you've got over 30 centimetres of both apatite and labradorite. Would you pay £9.95 for these 2 strands elsewhere. So less than £5 for these 2 strands. But then once you start throwing in the carnelian, that comes from the Gems of Distinction range as well. Now we're up to what? £3.33 per strand, and I'd still snap your wrist off to get hold of this deal. Then, oh, I never thought about this combination, even though we talk about it a lot. How about this? That is just like being in Seville, walking through an orange grove, a lovely orchard. The quartz and the carnelian together works a treat. And then, just to tie it all together, your 3mm rounds of white magnesite. Because the white tones, of course, will work with any other colour tone. It ties the whole bundle together, actually. And, of course, you've got the versatility of the fact that it's a 3mm round. 5 strands for £9.95. Unbelievable value. We're talking about, well, in fact, we're talking exactly £1.99 per strand. Can't say fairer than that, honestly. You can't even buy a sandwich in the supermarkets for £1.99. I'm selling you genuine gemstones, some of Mother Nature's creations. Oh, sorry, my apologies. You can get a plain cheese sandwich for £1.90. No onion, no mayo, I'm told. And no coleslaw. Oh, egg mayo with no cress is normally around about £1.99. Anyway, those last about 10 seconds once you've eaten your sandwich. Gemstones that could potentially last a lifetime if you create a beautiful piece of jewellery and hand it down through the generations in your family. Who knows? We're going to go for a quick break. I'm going to quickly eat my egg mayo sandwich. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 6444 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. Of course, it's our job on the Late Show to add it to your order prices and to offer you the best value on the market. that's what we're going to do this evening on your magic mesh. Now, this is a very, very popular product here at Jewellery Maker. It allows you to work really in a slightly different way and to inject a bit of texture, and I would say it's an innovative way of incorporating gemstones into your designs. They gave you a bit of a deal on wire mesh on this morning's show, actually. But, as I say, here on the Late Show, we're here to add it to your order price point. So we're going to offer you even better value than they did this morning, which was already ridiculous. These are going to be very, very popular colour tones because you've got your antique gold, your 18 karat gold, your gunmetal black, your rose gold and your silver colour tones of your wire mesh. And it's coming up in less than an hour, about 5 to 7 for that deal. I've only got 100 in stock, and the price point represents, again, unbelievable value. Even better value than they brought you on the morning show. So make sure you tune in to get hold of that deal. Coming up in just 20 minutes time, this fantastic combination of colours, banded agate and yellow quartz. Beautiful combination of colours, particularly for the summer months. And again, ridiculous value. So that's coming up in 20 minutes time. Before that though, we are going to attempt to find and add it to your order price for every single person out there. Sorry, I just realised the colour tones in this bundle and that bundle are matched. Look at this. Now this is a 3-strander coming up in the final hour of the show. I've already made everybody aware of it. I will show you again. Pearls, amethyst and citrine coming up at 8:30 PM. That's going to be a sellout deal in my opinion. Look at that. Altogether, that is a fantastic combination. You've got to get both those bundles in my books. Where are we going to kick this hour off with then? Got to be number 1, I knew it. Because it's just so different to anything we've ever had before. You've got a metre of chain. Really interesting sort of variety, or alternation, sorry I should say, on the links of the chain. You've got one that has the rope effect and then a plain one. And you've got this, it says antique bronze finish, but I don't know, it's a little bit brighter than that. It's almost like it's almost in between an antique bronze and a gold, really, for me, the colour tone. It's quite interesting. I really like it, actually. And you've got that alternation in the links. So you've got the spiral or rope effect on one link, then the plain link, all the way along. A full metre, only been seen once prior to this evening's show. You're not going to need to use a great deal of this to make a big impact on your designs, are you? Something very different. And actually, whenever we see items like this, we always talk about the idea of upcycling, don't we? So if you think about, maybe you've got a handbag, needs a new strap, or a belt, for example, these more robust style of chains might be perfect for different fashion items as well as your jewellery making. So this is bronze plated copper chain, alternative spiral and plain links, which are 10 by 7mm in size. We only have a limited number available in stock, but it's only been on air once before this evening. This could prove to be your final opportunity to get hold of this product. Let's have a look at the price point this evening. $6.95, absolutely a no-brainer. If you want to get hold of this particular deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. Click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I was just thinking, with the wire mesh colour tones that are coming out, this would work so perfectly with them, wouldn't it? Can't think of any that it wouldn't work with, actually. Wire mesh coming up as a little bit of a super saving deal at the top of the hour. Right now you can add the chain to your order for $6.95. It's a huge length of chain, 1 metre in length. Sorry. I really always want to skip with it. You reckon I can't? Sounds like a challenge. Oh, I was close, I was close. I'm going to have another go. I'm not going to smack my face into the floor. I really want to do it. I cheated. You can't skip with it. I need at least 2 metres, don't I? Why can't you skip with it? It's not long enough. Get 2, then you can make a really impressive skipping rope. $6.95 for 1 metre of antique bronze plated copper chain. You do get a lot though. I mean, it looks like it should. It's just not. I bet Sam. I bet you can skip with it. You're half the size of me.
I'm not. I'm gonna do it because I will land on my face.
Don't try skipping with your chain at home. I'm being told. $6.95. I'm just trying to show you how much you get. Not quite enough to skip with, but a great deal anyway. $6.95. We're going to move on. I'm going to move on to your detailed toggle clasp in your yellow gold plated silver. Very, very high end. Love this. Now your toggle clasps are essential, particularly if you're creating very gem heavy pieces, because of course the heavier it is, the more secure the clasp will be, because the weight itself will provide you with a very solid finish. You get your T-bar and your loop there, and again they've got that spiral cut or rope effect finish. You get 3 of them in total, you don't just get 1 clasp. And the toggle itself is 14mm, the T-bar is 27mm. Gold plated sterling silver, high end on top of high end. We were talking last week about the idea of the gold prices increasing due to the fact that we haven't found any new deposits of gold for over 2 years. We're now starting to think there may not even be any unless we have to go to sort of sub-zero terrain, maybe the North Pole and the South Pole, to actually start excavating and looking for those kind of missions. All right, Sam, what are you up to? And so the price of gold could potentially go up as a result. So whenever we offer you a deal on your findings, snap them up. Because working with gold-plated sterling silver is going to allow you, again, to justify the price points you want to achieve by presenting your customers with a very high-end finish. Let's have a look at the current price, $9.95 right now. We're going to offer you a wholesale deal this evening on The Late Show. Oh, they're already being snapped up. In fact, we're down to the final 12 in stock. Bet we're down at single figures now that you've done that. $5.95 for gold-plated sterling silver. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number now. As I say, you do get 3 of the clasps in total. $5.95. Absolutely out of this world. That is a clearance price. If you do have an order up and running, what on earth are you waiting for? Take advantage of your 1p and p per day. Take advantage of a clearance price on what has to be considered an essential finding for most jewellery makers. Everyone's coming through now at JewelleryMaker.com. Make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment, because we've also had a bit of an influx of buyers coming through on the free phone number. We've now got the same item but in rose gold plated sterling silver. So maybe you sort of agree with, you know, the opulence that you get from your golden tones of the gold plated sterling silver, but maybe you're looking for a bit of warmth, maybe you're looking for a bit of femininity. That's exactly what the rose gold variety offers you. 3 toggle clasps, again with that spiral or rope effect finish, and we're going to honour the exact same price point, $5.95. It's on air there right now, only available for 60 minutes, as with the previous price reduction. If you want to take advantage of that deal, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. It's a no-brainer really, isn't it? rose gold plated sterling silver for a clearance price. The best value on the market from us here at Jewellery Maker. If you do want to get hold of that, you need to act very, very quickly. We're getting busier and busier this evening. That is a must-have item. We're going to move on though. I'm going to bring you another very familiar gemstone to most people interested in gemstones. In fact, even if people just go shopping on the high street, they're going to have seen a bit of topaz, I would have thought. Very popular with the high street jewellers. This is November's birthstone. Beautiful topaz, sky blue tones. And actually, if you do your own research, if you look into topaz jewellery, this is the colour tone that you're going to find. Those icy blues, those sky blues. So, so popular. Look at it, it's gorgeous. Almost looks a bit like aquamarine actually. Now these are faceted rondelles. They range in size from 3x1 to 5x4. Again, you can see how the faceting has enhanced the overall look of the gemstone. It's spectacular, isn't it? Real sparkle from that gemstone. And again, you're offering your customers a very traditional gemstone they'll be aware of. You're working with November's birthstone. We were talking earlier in the show about people having a personal connection with gemstones or the emotions that they evoke in individuals. As soon as somebody who has their birthday in November sees your topaz jewellery, instantly they're going to be thinking, oh, I wonder if I like it, because they want to own their birthstone. So you've already won them over before they've even really fallen in love with the design, just from the fact that they have a personal connection with the gemstone itself. 70 carats in total. Again, it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Represents the elite range here at Jewellery Maker. And here comes your price point. That's unbelievable. I just got caught. $9.95. I'll tell you why, because traditionally when we do see topaz here at Jewellery Maker, I'm used to seeing the price points $19.95, $14.95, but to get topaz for under £10, to get this huge carat weight, 70 carats, you know you've got something special there. That, again, is an added to your order price. Of course, it's all relative. You know, I understand that to get hold of gold-plated sterling silver for $5.95 is immense. But just think how far this strand of gemstones is going to go. Huge number of gemstones there for under £10, and a gemstone that most people will be aware of. And actually, sometimes we have seen varieties of the topaz, well, that don't quite have this saturation of colour, and I would say that don't offer you this same kind of value. $9.95 for 70 carats of topaz with this colour saturation that's been faceted is something very, very special. Even on our sister channel, Gems TV, if you saw this in a piece of jewellery with a sterling silver clasp, how much could you pay for it? Very, very similar finish to the gemstones, if not identical. Sterling silver clasp, what would you expect to pay? Certainly not under £10. $9.95 for 70 carats. Congratulations to all of the very astute jewellery makers who have taken advantage of that deal. It's a must-have. So if you do have an order up and running, I can see no reason why you're not dialing the free phone number to get involved on that deal. Topaz for $9.95. Very, very impressive. Now I'm going to bring you some tiger's eye. Beautiful golden tiger's eye. This is going quite well with the Pyrite tube deal that we had in the last hour. You've got that similar, almost barrel-like shape. or on this occasion drums, just to throw me a curveball. 200 carats of golden tiger's eye drums here. They're 9x8mm in size. Now, last week we had a bit of a manly make show. We were joined by Mark, who showed us how to create gorgeous jewellery designs for maybe your dad for Father's Day, maybe a son or a nephew or a family friend for a birthday. And don't forget, it's Father's Day this Sunday. Maybe I'll get a lie-in on Sunday. 9x8mm drums of golden tiger's eye. Of course, this would work in feminine designs as well, but just thinking it does have quite a masculine feel to it. Perfect for those sort of skater dude designs or surfer style designs, I would say. Maybe even just a simple macrame bracelet, so you give it a slightly different edge because of the dimensions of the gemstone. How about this for a combination? Very earthy, the amber and the tiger's eye. That works perfectly. Actually, the amber gives the tiger's eye a bit of a lift because the more lemon-like tones are mirrored in the chatoyancy. Look at that there. Perfect. There you go, the chatoyancy mirroring the banding in the amber. Oh, that is exquisite. Anybody that got hold of the amber needs to be dialing for the tiger's eye right now. $200 carats in total, and here comes your price point for your golden tiger's eye. Or rather, here comes the price you should be paying for golden tiger's eye. We are going to take it to a clearance price. Don't forget, this price will only be available for 60 minutes. And now we're going to see exactly how many of you are out there watching us and concentrating on the value that we're able to bring you this evening. Already had a huge number of people in at $6.95. Just it's to $3.95. Now, I should really explain to everybody what we're doing here at Jewellery Maker. Now, our aim isn't to devalue gemstones, and sometimes I think we can get a bit blasé about the opportunities we bring you. Other times, we do actually have the ability to do this because the buying power we have is quite unique. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and the owners of the company are genuine gemstone hunters. They fly all around the world sourcing the gemstones that we use in our sister channel, Gems TV, as well as what you see here on Jewellery Maker. So we have built up, you know, unique and long-standing relationships with the mine owners. That is one part of it. That allows us to get the best possible deals at source. The other part of, you know, operating this way is that there's no middleman. Generally, it tends to be all of the little bits and bobs that happen in between us sourcing a strand of gemstones and you getting it into your collection, which actually add all the potential money that you have to pay onto the price point. We don't have any of that here. We go direct to the source. We don't have all those middlemen. We cut the gemstones ourselves, and that allows us to pass those savings on to you. And at $6.95, that's exactly what we were doing. But I have to say, can I just be honest with the viewers? Is that be all right? We've brought you a few deals so far tonight, and we haven't seen the phone lines lighting up like we'd expect. In all honesty, I mean, the topaz, for example, I think I probably had about 8 or 9 people on the phone lines. I'd expect to see about 90 people on the phone lines for blue topaz under £10. So, because our producers have the control to change the prices whenever they see fit, we have offered you a clearance price right now to see just how many people are watching. And the phone lines have lit up like a Christmas tree. Now, this is the kind of value we can bring you. Now, we brought you one strand for $3.95 here. Earlier on, I did a 5-strand Super Saver, and it worked out at £1.99 per strand. That's pretty incredible value. I don't even think that sold out, did it? There's still some 5-strand Super Savers available They had labradorite, apatite, carnelian. You can add that to your order right now for $9.95. Some people are inquiring about our 20 strand super savers. Our 10 strand super savers. We have done 20 strand super savers from time to time, but traditionally we used to have the 10 strand super savers. The producers can't even put those together anymore. We just don't have the stock levels available to put a 10 strand super saver together. So we're trying to do it with individual strands at £3.95. I can see everybody's watching. I've got people buying 3s, 2s. Gloria's got 2, Jennifer's got 2, Kathy's got 2, Michelle's got 4. And Anonymous Buyer's got 3 there. Loads and loads of multi-buys coming through. So I know you're watching. If there's something specific you want to see tonight, text through or message through at JewelleryMaker.com. We'll try and get it to where. Otherwise, make sure you're concentrating on the deals we're bringing you. We're about to do one now because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. What a deal. $3.95 for Tiger's Eye. Sam's shaking her head. She wished she was at home for that one. And coming up in about 25 minutes time, a mesh deal, which is going to represent pretty incredible value across all of the most popular colour tones. Your silver, your jet black, your rose gold, your antique gold and your 18 karat gold. That's all coming up in about 25 minutes time. Before that though, we've got a rather vibrant deal here. These are your cushion cuts or puffy squares and puffy rectangles if you're a jewellery maker. Traditionally within the jewellery world we call these square edge cuts the cushion cut, but obviously here at Jewellery Maker we want to give everybody a little bit more information because of course you've got to actually fit these into designs. So we'd like to give you more of the specifications and the information. These are your purple banded agates. They're 16 by 12 mil in size, and they're these soft rectangular cuts. Then you've got your puffy squares, which are 10 mil in dimensions. Gorgeous, rich buttercup yellow coming from those quartz, which give you 190 carats. Then you got 180 carats of your banded purple agate. Again, a beautiful variety of colour tones there, ranging from those sort of intense regal purples to your violet tones and even your pastel shades there as well. Agate tends to be very popular with jewellery makers because of course each and every gemstone totally individual thanks to that banding. I mean, just look how different these two gemstones actually are. Totally different colour tone of purple. The banding creating that unique or bespoke finish. I mean, they're just totally beautiful, aren't they? Very, very different. Each and every gemstone has its own personality almost. Beautiful combination of colour tones as well. The purples and the yellows or golds do tend to work very, very well together. In fact, as I say, we've got another bundle coming up later in the show, which I think all of that together is a must-have 5-strand super saver, but it's split into a 3-strander and a 2-strander. This is your summer fun. It's a great name because they are very vibrant colour tones. I mean, we were talking earlier in the week, or last week, sorry, about maximising the profit you can make. Maybe making bookmarks or key rings, we were talking about, weren't we? I mean, each of these on a head pin and a length of chain. A chandelier, that's not a way to maximising your profit. No. People are prepared to part with cash, are they, to get colourful chandeliers?
I made one.
There you go. Sam is one of those jewellery makers who likes to think outside the box and come up with maybe a few off-the-wall ideas, because you've been making wind chimes. Wind chimes? Chimes? I can't speak today, can I? What's happened? I've had a cold all weekend. So wind chimes, chandeliers, something else. Oh, and mobiles, that was it, for babies, yeah. So there you go. This is a good idea because, of course, jewellery making is becoming more and more popular. You don't want everybody creating bracelets, necklaces and rings, do you? Think off the wall a little bit, go in a niche direction.
If you have that above your stool, everyone's going to come across.
Very true, actually, because if you've got things hanging up on your store, it's going to attract more attention. This girl's good, isn't she? Okay, so this is your summer fun. Rich purple banded agate combined with your yellow quartz squares. And here comes your price point. $7.95. Less than £4 a strand. If you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Represents phenomenal value and a massive saving. It's a great way to inject a bit of a colour bang into your gemstone stash. I know that people love the banded agates. We had a strand last week that we did as a star buy, and it lasted about 60 seconds. So banded agate's very, very popular. And then with your quartz as well for just $7.95. Absolutely, and add it to your order price. If you want to get hold of this deal, then start dialing that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We are going to leave that one. Now, don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, 5. How much is it? I think, am I right in thinking that they're just under 3 meters on each one? I think that's right. So I think they're 2 meters 90 on each of your magic mesh. Silver, black, rose gold, antique gold and 18 karat gold. Those are the colour tones. Your wire mesh coming up in 20 minutes time. Not long to wait at all. We're going to move on though. Okay, we've got very, very few of these remaining in stock. Beautiful zircon, the oldest gemstone in existence that we know of. Thought to be up to 4.5 billion years old and responsible for, redefining the way we use carbon dating. And I think the more traditional, the more historic gemstones tend to be more popular. We had a text actually referring to that earlier, didn't they? Saying that they only invested in gems of distinction strands if they had got prestige and history attached to them. That was Rachel that got involved. Well, zircon, couldn't have any more history or prestige attached to it, could it? Originally known as the Montari diamond because it was mistaken for diamonds in the past. People would say diamonds are forever, but of course diamonds aren't forever. Diamonds are constantly being burnt up inside the mantle of the Earth's crust. Zircon truly is forever. We found examples of this which date back to when we think the Big Bang took place. It's also responsible for telling us the age of Mars as well as Earth. So there's something a bit special going on with this particular gemstone. We think that it may have been here from the dawn of time. I love this particular strand because you've got a real variety of colour tones. It ranges from the sort of golden tones to the chocolate browns up to those rich ruby reds as well. But I know from speaking to people that do sell their jewellery designs, I mean, if you speak to Mark Smith, for example, he has examples of zircon in his collection. Not that he's created into jewellery, but he has zircon on his stall because it is a talking point. This is one of those gemstones where you really can educate your customer base. These range in size from 2x1 to 5x2. But we only have single figures of availability remaining in stock. If you want to get involved with this, even just as a gemstone collector, then I don't blame you. So start dialing that free phone number right now. Let's have a look at our price point. Really, $7.95 for zircon. Wow. I mean, if you think about a gemstone that has been here for over 4 billion years, and you imagine the kind of pressures and extreme temperatures that this has had to withstand, and it's not only in its formation, but just to survive that long. It's a very, very durable gemstone. Highly refractive. And you get that similar sparkle that you'd associate with a diamond. That's why it's been mistaken for those. That's why its nickname is the Montari diamond. But as I say, no gemstone is going to have more history than this. In fact, this has almost, as I say, sort of redefined the way we look at dating things historically. So redefined the way we use carbon dating, because we used to think it was 4 billion years old. We used to think the Earth was 4 billion years old. Then we found a piece of zircon that was 4.2 billion years old. So that took us all back to the drawing board. Very, very impressive gemstone, and a very, very impressive price. $7.95 for zircon. Moving on now to this month's birthstone, June's birthstone. This is Rainbow Moonstone. And just have a look at the optical phenomenon you get from this gemstone, particularly on this strand. Glowing electric blues and greens coming through there, golden tones as well. Just seeing if I can find a little rainbow inside one of these gemstones. It's kind of difficult in our studio lights, but it does happen from time to time. Very, very high quality moonstone, because to see this arborescence is so impressive. This is, of course, an optical phenomenon which has been revered for thousands of years. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Quite interesting, because you've got the neutrality from the base colour on the gemstone, almost like a crackled effect or an icy white tone, and then you've got this electric blue arborescence. Now this is, just found a little rainbow. Have a look, there he is. Spectrum of colour inside this particular gemstone. This is because of where the lapidus is actually placed, the facets. Can we see that? There we go. There we go, look at that. Little rainbow living inside the gemstone. Wow, there you go, look at it. Beautiful. You've got it on 2 or 3 different gemstones there. Traditionally, you're going to see the blue tone, that violet tone, or the blues coming through. Lots and lots of arborescence coming through from this particular strand. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. And in all honesty, when you get this home, it's going to be far more impressive. Our studio lights aren't really designed to benefit the optical effects of a gemstone. They're designed to light the set, to light me, to light the desk, of course. And so gemstones really prefer daylight. One light source beaming into a beautiful piece of rainbow moonstone is going to create that arborescence, and that, again, that's going to attract attention to your designs. It does come from a Gems of Distinction range, so it does represent an elite strand here at Jewellery Maker. And of course, you've got the versatility of the fact that these are 4x3mm wheels. Let's have a look then at our price this evening for June's birthstone. What is going on this evening with the price points? I've seen Rainbow Moonstone from the Gems of Distinction range at like $17.95, $19.95. The arborescence within this strand is no, oh my word, is no less than any other that I've seen here at Jewellery Maker, and at $6.95, that's really backing up the value that we offer you. I just saw, there it is. It's just as I rock the facet towards the camera lens that I lose the little rainbow. Of course you won't. There we go. I think I got it. Yay! Look at that. Whole rainbow effect there. So you've got your orange, red and yellow and pink and green, orange and purple and blue. I can see a rainbow. See a rainbow? See a rainbow too. There you go, $6.95 for this month's birthstone. It's a birthstone with a gorgeous optical phenomenon. Lots and lots of people flying in now. Congratulations to Alison, who's got 2, Karen, who's got 2. That's the way to do it. Stock up while you can. And we're going to do another wholesale deal on your findings now. So this is your sterling silver clamshell beads, spacers or crimp bead covers. Depends how you use them, I suppose, as to how you would really classify them. I mean, I know that there's lots of people that use these as beads in their own right, almost as accents to a very prestigious gemstone, rather than, you know, setting it with another gemstone that might steal focus. People sometimes use these sterling silver crimp bead covers as beads to accent their gemstones. Of course, as a crimp bead cover, it actually has a practical application as well, because crimps, when they have been squished, can be a little bit uncomfortable on the neckline or the wrist line. They also don't look particularly attractive. So this shows that you're working on that higher level where you are providing your customers with a very, very high-end finish, particularly if you're working with your 95 sterling silver. Hey! Oh, do you know what? I forgot to repost the Private Ed tweezers thing onto YouTube. So I will do that after the show, I promise this time. Anybody who hasn't seen that, it's basically a little bit of fun that we had because I'm so rubbish with tweezers, so everybody wanted to take the mickey out of me, and why not? Actually, that's not what we're doing here, so I'll take that away, sorry. That's slightly different, that one. These don't have the loop on them. These are your traditional crimp beads. Sorry, sir. Thank you. That's right. Yes, those are the next ones. I'll keep that for the next sale. So these are your traditional shells. There you go. Okay, let's get our price on screen then. $8.95. It's another wholesale deal here at Jewellery Maker. When you think about working with 925 sterling silver, when you think about the kind of price points you want to achieve for your jewellery designs, these are the kind of items that show an attention to detail and allow you to justify the price points that you want to achieve. Now, when I say that, what I'm thinking is you've spent time and effort creating a beautiful piece of jewellery. Now, your customer doesn't know how time-consuming it is. They don't know how original the design is. All of that is built into the price point, but to their eyes, you don't know that they understand that value. They may not see where that value is coming from. And so working with items like 925 sterling silver will allow you to justify that price point. $8.95, a wholesale deal this evening for 925 sterling silver crimp bead covers, and you get 100 in total. Okay, so we did say we're going to move on to the alternative clamshell beads. Now these are quite interesting because they also have a little loop on them. So the same as before, except they've got a little loop. And you could actually use that to integrate another thread into your designs, or of course another gemstone. So once you've actually clamped that onto your crimp bead, once you've clamped that bit onto your crimp bead, you've got the loop available to either maybe weave another gemstone in there, maybe another strand if you're working on a very intricate design. These extra loops can always be helpful. On top of that, they also might allow you to maybe hang a charm off there, off a bracelet design, for example. It's another wholesale deal. Again, you get 50 this time. And once again, you got 925 sterling silver. So high-end opportunities. Let's get our price on screen then for our clamshell beads tips colettes. So there you go. They've accounted for the fact that they have multiple applications on this one. Multi-purpose sterling silver clamshell bead. $7.95 is the price point. Look how good I am when I don't have to hold a pair of tweezers. Look at that, I've never held something so steady in my life. $7.95. Lots of familiar names coming through for that one, making the most of their 1 P&P per day. Look at this, holding that. Look, Mum, no hands. He took a picture of it. I'm ruining the illusion of TV, aren't I? $7.95. No wonder I've got so many multi-buyers coming through for that particular deal. And don't forget, if you do enjoy working with items that do inject a bit of a metallic tone and textured and innovative finish, your wire mesh deal is just 5 minutes away now. Star buy coming up. And I think Sam found out the accurate measurement. They're all a metre, aren't they?
Yeah.
There you go. Shows what I know.
18mm, 1 metre.
So, 5 metres of wire mesh coming up in 5 minutes' time as a star buy deal. Oh, I was going to ask if we could do this actually. Didn't want to interfere, producing the floor or anything. But whenever I see gorgeous emerald, I fall in love with it. And actually this falls into what Rachel was discussing, doesn't it, of investing in the gems and distinction strands when she is 100% confident that her customers are going to be aware of the gemstone. It's going to lead to sales, basically. One of the big four, who's not aware of emerald? It's maize birthstone, and it's a gemstone that has been mined for over 4,000 years. And in the early 1800s, we sort of rediscovered Cleopatra's mines. And so we were able to sort of date back the fact that emerald has been revered for, as I say, 4,000 years. Very, very interesting. And this particular variety is gorgeous. You've got almost a sort of clarity to the gemstone. I know that famously the gemstone's included, and that's what gives it this beautiful colour tone, that Jardin. Where you see these slight inclusions, but because of the finish on the gemstone, combined with that sort of bottle green tone, they're absolutely gorgeous. Really going to work beautifully in your designs. They almost have a sort of Murano glass-like finish to them. So this is like some designer Italian blown glass, which is really popular in crafting work, and it has this very familiar sort of high polished finish to it. The reason that I would relate a gemstone to that particular variety is because of the finish on these, that almost clarity combined with the colour tone, that bottle green, if you like. Very, very prestigious gemstone, emerald. And if you do want to get involved with this deal, I have to warn you, we only have a limited number available. I'm thinking about this combination. How about that for a combination? Now, if you are investing in our Gems of Distinction range, if you are buying maybe the big four or the big five because you know your customers are going to be familiar with them, don't forget, if you're shopping with us online, you can add the certificate of authenticity to your order. If you are shopping on the free phone number, then speak to a member of our help team and they will help to add that to your order. I'm not sure if there's might be a 50p charge or something, but what I would say is it provides you with an air of authority and also a little bit of credibility, I suppose, as a jewellery maker. There's some crafters out there who may be working with genuine gemstones, but because they can't prove it, people are thinking, yeah, sure, emerald bracelet for 60 quid, I doubt it, that'll be 600 quid elsewhere. So they might not think it's real emerald. If you've got the certificate of authenticity from the Genuine Gemstone Company, helps to back up what it is you're saying you're working with, and that's exactly what we bring you here at Jewellery Maker, we lab test all of our gemstones to ensure they are what we say they are. And this is gorgeous emerald. 20 carats in total. I love the finish on this particular strand. I love the saturation of colour, so consistent across the entire strand. And we've already got lots and lots of people getting involved. Now, if you want to add one of the big 4 to your order, then start dialing the free phone number right now. We have created a short queue on the phone lines I'm hearing. Don't panic about that. It's a free phone number here at Jewellery Maker. It's around about 30 seconds, so don't panic. But there are lots and lots of people getting involved tonight. This is the one you've been waiting for, obviously. Maze Birthstone, gorgeous emerald, and here comes your price point. $47.95 for 20 carats of emerald with this finish. That is out of this world. That represents the kind of value we want to be able to provide you with here on Jewellery Maker. I remember when I launched the first ever strand of Colombian emerald on the channel, we were only able to get hold of 10 strands in total. And at $79.99, it flew out the door. And, you know, we're talking about a strand of agate lasted about 60 seconds last week. I think the first ever strand of Colombian emerald lasted about 10 seconds. It was a Sunday morning show and I only had 10. At $79.99, it flew out the door. Right now, we're a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more successful in sourcing emerald these days. We've had Colombian emerald since then, a couple of times, and the price points are starting to drop now for emerald here at Jewellery Maker because of the buying power we have. Of course, on the actual sort of mine circuit, if you were travelling around the world visiting the mine owners, the price per carat for emerald is just going up and up and up through the roof. So this could represent the best possible value we can offer you on this variety of emerald. Who knows? 20 carats of emerald for $47.95, a very, very special deal. And if you have added that to your order, then please accept my personal congratulations, because you are a real gemstone aficionado. Well done. $47.95, I'm really, really impressed with that. We're going to move on though, because it is now time to bring you the wire mesh star buy deal. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy. On this occasion we have bundled 5 meters of our wire mesh together. This is going to be a popular deal, I can assure you of that. Just have a look at the way that mesh can be used to enhance your designs. Now, not quite sure who's put all of these together, so I'm going to be in trouble, but pretty sure Gemma Crow's going to have been involved at some point. She's a very talented lady, and I think this might be her design actually. I think she was the first person that really had that sort of eureka moment when she thought, well, if I stretch this round wire, I could create structural shapes like leaves and flowers. And so I'm sure there's somebody at home that had the same notion. That's the thing with jewellery making, isn't it? Lots and lots of people having the same idea, but with their own personal twist. I always think that when I see the designer inspiration shows, that's always interesting, because you see a similar technique, but you know the two designers have come up with the idea independently, but they're very similar, but with their own little personality, giving it those tweaks. That's the beauty of jewellery making, the fact that you can express yourself through luxury jewellery goods, you know, because I think everybody wants to wear luxury jewellery designs every day. You know, if we won the Euro Millions tomorrow, I'm sure there'd be a lot of ladies out there who 2 weeks later would have a huge plethora of jewellery. But of course, you can create those designs for yourself. And when you're a jewellery maker, or when you're either selling or buying bespoke jewellery designs, you know you're getting one of a kinds. Now the wire mesh allows you to create these structural pieces of work in some cases where, for example, here it's forming the wings of the dragonfly. Dragonflies, of course, very popular motifs within bespoke jewellery designs. I mean, that is exquisite. I love this as well. I know this isn't wire mesh, but if you just see there, you can just see how sometimes less is more. You know, when we say you don't need to use lots of gemstones to make a massive impact, here you can see on this design, what's that? 8 gemstones on both flowers, and it's creating a much bigger impact than if you had loads of those flowers on that wire design. Because you've got 2, it draws your eye to it. Instantly you see the impact the dragonflies make, but actually this whole design is held together by the mesh, which is really identifying this as a dragonfly, because it's the item that's providing you with texture, and they really do look like wings, don't they? Thanks to the wire mesh. If you look at the next one, again, it's responsible almost for providing the structure to this necklace, because it's creating the bib-like shape. And then the wire work and the gemstones are actually like a flourish. That's almost like a bit of a set, really, isn't it? Love that. You can be a bit more free-flowing with it. You don't have to make it responsible for the structure. You see here how it's formed almost the petals of this particular flower. All the structure here is coming from the wire work and the gemstones, and then this is actually your texture and your detail really on this design. So it's very, very versatile. It allows you to work in a variety of different ways. These are flying out the door at JewelleryMaker.com, and we even have a short queue on our free phone number. This is a wire mesh special. Now there was a similar deal on this morning, but they had a mixture of the 10mm and the 18mm. We have got all 18mm in thickness here, so this is essentially even better value than we brought you this morning, which we didn't think we could rival. That's where we've got to here at Jewellery Maker. The value is so good, all we can do now is compete with ourselves. What are we doing here? Mesh-based puns in the gallery? Hit me then, come on. It's a what? A mesh for every occasion? Oh, like a dress for every occasion. So, no, that one's rubbish. What was your one that you said when you came before? It was brilliant. Oh, that's good. That's a good one. He said, right, okay. When you're dealing with these particular items, there's no meshing about. I like that one. That's pretty good. Or actually, as crafters, lots of meshing about. Okay, I'm being told that well over half the stock's already been allocated, so we've taken the price to screen. $11.95 is your price point for 5 meters of your wire mesh, including your, I'm showing this is 18 karat gold and this is antique gold. Rose gold, black and silver are the colour tones. $11.95 for the 5 tubes, and that means you get 5 meters. You've got a meter in each. These are all 18mm in thickness. I think they had a very similar deal on this morning's show. And I can tell you, we don't mesh about here on the Late Show with mixing up your 18mm and your 10mm. This is your 18mm deal, and we've honoured the price. And tomorrow we're going to do the 10mm deal. So make sure, if you do love working with your wire mesh, or maybe you've just been converted to it by looking at these gorgeous designs, then you can stock up right now for $11.95 on your 18mm, and tomorrow we'll bring you another amazing mesh deal, but featuring the 10mm varieties. So absolutely gorgeous. Well done. If you did get involved in that deal, I can tell you we started with 100. We are now down to single figures of availability. So the next 9 people that dart through will be able to take hold of that deal. And when it's gone, it's gone. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals. And of course, we'll be edging ever closer to the launch of these premier strands. Don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymaclay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Join Jewellery Maker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macrame workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time to let you know what's coming up later in the show, because coming up in about 20 minutes time we're going to be launching a brand new strand of pink sapphires. Oh, look at the way this has been faceted. So sparkly. Emily be straight on the lines for this one. She loves a bit of sparkle. Coming up in 20 minutes time. It's never been seen before. Gorgeous variety of corundum pink sapphires. And then coming up at the top of the hour, this huge strand of pyrite. Now we do have quite a healthy quantity of this particular strand, but when you see the quality of the pyrite, the distinct finish that you get here, and the launch price, I don't think we're going to have enough to go round. I can tell you that this strand of pyrite, which is huge, is going to be launched tonight at under £10. £8, not to be missed, and add it to your order price for that gorgeous Pyrite. Of course, we've got the Smokey Quartz coming up as a superstar buy, but we've got a lot to fit in this hour, so where are we going to kick off? Gorgeous turquoise in these beautiful pear-shaped drops. They're through drilled. Got this gorgeous traditional matrix on the surface of the turquoise, despite the fact that it is the reconstituted variety. Huge, aren't they? 18 by 13 mil, giving you 400 carats in total. They'll make a massive impact on your designs, won't they? Very sort of oceanic tones that you'd associate with the Turkish stone or turquoise. And of course, this is December's birthstone. Although for me, it does have quite sort of summery feel to it. Tropical tones there. You can imagine how well it will work with some of the more vibrant colour tones. I was thinking maybe a bit of citrine and turquoise works really, really well. Maybe if you got hold of the yellow quartz as part of the bundle earlier on. That would work really well with your turquoise, in my opinion. 400 carats in total of turquoise puffy drops. 18 by 13 mil in size. They have proved to be very, very popular since we launched this range of reconstituted turquoise. So we only have a limited number available in stock. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price. $17.95 is the price point this evening for 400 carats of turquoise. If you want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Or, of course, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Absolutely incredible. If you want to get hold of that deal, I can tell you it's flying out the door. We're getting busier and busier as the night unfolds here at Jewellery Maker. And if you do add this to your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We'll leave that one with you and we'll move on. Okay, we're going to do, is this faceted spinel? I've never seen this strand before. And we've only got 12 remaining in stock. As I say, that is a bit, probably the nature of the late shows, that we give you a second bite of the cherry. Traditionally, strands are launched to our Freeview audience. Not always, of course. We have the sapphires and the pyrites coming up in this hour. And actually, how about that for a combination? Oh yes. Very elegant. Very dramatic. Sort of raspberry pink tones with the luster of that gorgeous black spinel and then the metallic shimmer of your pyrite. I love that as a combination. Pyrite coming up at the top of the hour. Pink Sapphire is being launched in 15 minutes, but right now the last 12 strands available of this black spinel, I mean, they're quite large, aren't they? They range from 12 by 6 to 17 by 8. Just look at that. Look at the beautiful luster that you get from your black spinel. The light just being reflected on the surface of that facet. I like this elongation from the cut as well, because it's going to feed into those designs, potentially help to lead you through the design process, because you only really need a, ooh, how about some of those crimp beads, just a simple silver crimp bead as a spacer in between these for a beautiful, elegant bracelet. Sam's nodding, so I'm happy. 85 carats of spinel. If you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. Here comes your price point, $8.95. We only have single figures of availability remaining in stock. And it looks to me like this is going to be a sellout strand this evening. We're down to the final 5 in stock. We know that spinel is an essential for most jewellery makers. Well, certainly any jet black gemstone is going to work because of its versatility, because of its neutrality. But spinel does seem to have a little bit more about it. I mean, you could find more luster than in a black diamond. And spinel actually has the same crystal structure as a diamond, and that's why you get that similar refractive index. That's why it's possible to get even greater luster from a spinel than you do from a black diamond. How many of these remaining in stock now? Very, very few remaining. Gorgeous black spinel, huge carat weights, faceted to perfection, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, and essential for all jewellery makers, but single figures of availability remaining in stock. Congratulations if you are adding that to your order, but you're going to have to act right now, because if you miss it, you'll miss out. Look at Pete's smiley little face when he hears those words.
Yeah,
he was caught in two minds there, shall I say it? Right, where are we moving on to? Well, yeah. Look at this. What about these with the pink sapphires? I love that. There you've got the raspberry pink tones coming from the sapphire and the pastel shades coming from your rose quartz. Again, one of our most talented lapidarists would have worked with this particular strand to create these carvings. 5 petal flowers. He's been talking about the idea of those inspired by nature designs being so prominent in the craft world, in the bespoke jewellery sector. And of course, when you're working with carved 5 petal flowers, half the job is done for you. Particularly when you're looking at these very, very feminine pastel tones of pink. You know, if you did want to follow Sam's idea perhaps of creating a beautiful mobile, maybe for a little baby girl, these would be perfect, wouldn't they? Again, they could be using quite contemporary, funky designs, maybe, you know, that festival style jewellery. I mean, because actually what you could do, I've got it, I'm going to have to lay this down, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 rings. You don't have to be a talented wire worker, because the wire itself will sit into the little slots of the petal and give you a sort of guideline, so you could just create 4 very simple prongs. All you need to do is wrap your wire around your ring mandrel. Simple twist. I'm confident enough to think I could make a ring out of that. And actually, I won't though, because I don't need to. If you go to our Facebook site right now, you'll see that Louise Jacobson, one of our wire work experts, has actually put together designs just like this, and she's advertising her workshop. So maybe I've just sparked a little, you know, light bulb inside your head, and you're thinking, that's exactly how I want to use this, but I want a professional finish end. I don't want to, you know, put it together like you've just described, in a candid manner. You want to get that very, very professional finish. You can actually sign up for Louise's workshop. All you need is a reel of wire and a strand like this. You can create 20 rings. They're going to fly out the door. Okay, let's get the price on screen. These are going to fly out the door, because between Louise and myself, we've managed to find the perfect design for this strand, and it actually forms 20 individual ring designs. Let me just say that this is classified by its carat weight, 280 carats, so there is a chance that you could get 19, say, or you could get 21. That, you know, it's an estimation based on this strand. But you're going to get around about that many. Very, very easy to work with, very, very easy to create a very profitable collection of jewellery from just one strand. I mean, that in itself, let's say, you know, you are selling to, say, students at a craft event for, you know, funky, festival-inspired flower rings. Say you only want to charge £5 per ring on this strand, that would equate to £100. All you've had to do is buy one strand, and you've probably got a reel of wire if you're a wire worker. If not, invest in a reel of wire, you're still going to have some left over, aren't you? And of course, if you're just not the kind of person who can turn their hand to new forms of crafting or genres of jewellery making, then sign up for one of our workshops and you'll get one-on-one tuition from our expert. You will walk out the door a changed person. You'll be so confident in achieving those techniques. Looks like that's going to be another sellout, so we're going to move on. Can I tell Noreen? Nolene. Thanks for buying Samson Tiger's Eye. We've let her know. We're moving on. Where are we moving on to? Let's do some more Tiger's Eye and some more very, very easy carvings to work with, because this time we've got your heart shapes. So we're moving from your flower shapes into your heart. Two of the most popular shapes when you're carving these gemstones. And Sam's saying thank you as well, Nelly. These are 11mm in size. And you're getting 140 carats in total. You could use these to create your earring designs. They're probably a little bit too delicate to make a ring design, would you say? Pete? Would you say that's a bit small to make a ring? Am I thinking? Yeah, it's too small, isn't it? Even on, well, maybe I suppose on a little person's finger. If you've got, like, I've got a 9-year-old daughter, so if I created a ring design, it might fit her finger. But I would say these are more suitable for earring designs or maybe bracelet designs. Those would work beautifully well together, wouldn't they? Golden Tiger's Eye here, so again, very versatile, very earthy colour tone, but you do get that optical effect, that chatoyancy. Can you see that? Oh yeah, it's there in abundance, isn't it? I mean, particularly here, you see that? See the way? It's almost like a Sheila, as Lucy would describe it. 140 carats of golden Tiger's Eye here in your heart shapes, but once again, we're limited in availability. All of these most popular shapes tend to fly out the door very quickly. The other reason that the stock levels on these more popular items decreases so quickly is because when we're putting together kits and bundles for our high profile shows, we do it in consultation with our jewellery designers, and so often they will opt to have the carved flowers or the abalone shell or the hearts that are very, very high in demand. They will often feature in our high profile bundles, and of course that brings our stock levels down as well very quickly. So whenever you get the opportunity, snap these up. Dial that free phone number right now if you want to add 11mm Tiger's Eye hearts to your order, and here comes your price. $7.95. Another add it to your order price this evening, and the reason I make reference to that is that we only charge you 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker, so you can take advantage of the value we offer you over and over again by maximising on that 1 P&P per day. $7.95 for me is an add it to your order price for Golden Tiger's Eye hearts. And I'll just do a quick count up once again so we get an idea. Again, not 100% accurate, it's based on the carat weight, but it'll give you a good estimation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and one left over for a pendant. So again, 19, let's say, you know, you could create £95 worth of profit from one strand if you created £5 pairs of earrings. All you need is your findings. $7.95. We'll leave it on with you. Gorgeous chatoyancy from your Golden Tiger's Eye. Oh, and it's time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star bind. On this occasion, it's a premiere launch with a strand we've never seen before here at Jewellery Maker, and one of the big four. Faceted rondelles, so sparkly. Look at that. Now, traditionally, when we think about the gemstone family of corundum, we think of rich red rubies and midnight blue sapphires. Those are the most traditional colour tones of that particular gemstone variety. But any gemstone within that family, any variety of corundum that isn't red, is a sapphire. So they're exactly the same gemstone, sapphires and rubies, no difference whatsoever other than a colour classification. So if it's not a ruby, it's a sapphire, basically. So if it's midnight blue or canary yellow or hot pink like you've got here, it's a sapphire, and it's one of the big four, one of the most well-renowned and most prestigious gemstones on the planet. We already heard from Rachel earlier this evening texting in to let us know that when she invests in gems of distinction strands, it's usually one of the big four because it's familiar to her customers, and so it ends up leading to sales. And not only that, but she also pointed out the fact that when people are investing in one of the big four, they expect to pay a premium. So really does back up what we say here at Jewellery Maker, that working with the more prestigious gemstones, working with the higher class of metals in terms of semi-precious or precious metals like your sterling silver or your gold-plated silver, will allow you to justify those higher price points and actually achieve them. It's all well and good there being a sign that says £50 sapphire bracelet and saying, well, that's totally justifiable because it's sapphire. That doesn't really make a difference to you if it doesn't sell. But when you're working with gemstones of this quality and you're offering your customers this kind of carat weight of very, very prestigious gemstones, people are actually expecting to pay a premium. So it's far more likely that you'll actually make a sale. Now in the studio, with all these lights bouncing off of the gemstone, yes, it looks extremely sparkly, but it almost looks quite opaque. But on that recording, I'm almost seeing a little bit of clarity there as well. I love the colour tone here. This isn't a colour tone we actually see in sapphires very often, is it? It's generally either going to be a bit more pale, or of course it's going to be a ruby. This is absolutely slap bang in the middle between a traditional pink sapphire and a red ruby. I've been describing it as Barbie pink, just because I think that is how I would describe the colour tone. You may have another or better description, far more likely. But it's almost like you're getting sort of raspberry hues coming through there. So you do get the slight red hues. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could probably argue that that is a ruby, that central one, because there are sort of red tones coming through. But oh, you know what I mean? There's nothing less prestigious about a sapphire than a ruby. And the intensity of the pink hues that you get from this particular strand is phenomenal, especially when you combine it with the fact that it's been faceted so perfectly. A real consistency to where the facets have been placed on each and every rondelle, so that's why you get that sparkle. And you see that it's sparkling almost at the same part of each and every gemstone as I turn it in the light. That shows a real attention to detail, shows real quality from the gemstone itself, because the lapidarist was obviously very, very confident in what he was trying to achieve when he was cutting and faceting each and every sapphire here. They actually range in size from 2x1 to 5x2. I would say you've got to maximise on this strand. You've got to use them sparingly. Use them to help you justify the price points you want to achieve. So, you know, maybe use this in conjunction with a strand of rose quartz or something complementary, so that you don't have to pile all of your pink sapphire into one piece of jewellery. Maybe you do work with the kind of clients who will give you personal commissions and will pay a premium for, you know, investing in one of the big four, potentially a piece of jewellery that has inherent value that can be passed down to other members of the family. Maybe somebody's giving you a commission for somebody's birthday coming up later in the year. This is, of course, September's birthstone. I would say that our opportunities to bring you sapphires aren't as frequent as we would like them, but far more frequent on Jewellery Maker than what I hear is going on within the market as a whole. Just not getting these higher yields of coloured sapphires, and so as a result it may be that over the next 12 to 18 months that, you know, the top end designers or even the high street jewellers struggle to provide you with as much sapphire, but you as a bespoke jewellery maker may well have that opportunity. If you're sitting down with your client and maybe putting together the design together, that's a lovely way to work with your customer base. Then they can select their own gemstones, and when you say, well, I've got these beautiful hot pink sapphires, I think that's going to win over especially the girly girls out there. Anybody who wants to invest in very feminine jewellery designs, these would look beautiful. I'm thinking of these combined with the Pyrite coming up at the top of the hour, just 25 minutes before we bring you Pyrite. Lots and lots of people getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com because you can already see our exclusive launch price. Or you think you can. It's currently available at $37.95, and in 60 minutes that's the price point you'll pay. Of course, that represents the best value on the market. That's if you can find pink sapphires of this quality anywhere else. That's not our exclusive launch price this evening. Should be $37.95. Tonight, we've taken it down to $34.95. So, handing you back the equivalent of your P&P so that you can get this home, see it in the flesh. And then make an informed decision. Just have a look at this. Sorry, I was just entranced a little bit by the amethyst coming up at 8:30. It's an hour. That is a perfect combination for me. Pink Sapphire, available right now at the exclusive launch price of $34.95, and that absolutely represents the best value we can offer you. And of course, this strand of Pink Sapphire coming from the Gems of Distinction range represents the best quality we can source for you. So an amazing deal there. Congratulations if you have just got hold of your strand of pink sapphires, and tell you we were only able to get a limited number of these in the first place. So I see this one being sold out within the next few weeks here at Jewellery Maker, and who knows when we'll be able to get hold of more pink sapphires. It's available right now at a launch price of $34.95. So, as I say, you've got 30 days to get this home and appreciate its beauty before you make a final decision. We'll leave that on with you. And as I say, don't forget the Pyrite coming up at the top of the hour. Give you one more heads up. Have a look at this. So sparkly. Beautiful. Going to be launched this evening at under £9. Not long to wait for our next premiere launch as a star buy. For that, we're going to move on. Oh, another gorgeous strand of beautiful banded agate. This has never been seen previously on the channel. gorgeous tropical tones here. You've actually got these sort of lagoon greens on one of the gemstones there. Actually, you've got a little bit of that in the banding on this one as well. Love this. It has a real sort of freshness to it, doesn't it? These drums are 20 by 8 mil in size. So quite a significant look actually within your designs. 150 carats in total. It has previously featured in some of our bundles, our designer bundles, but never as an individual strand. So this is your first opportunity to own this as an individual strand. But we only have a limited number available in stock. So here comes your price point this evening. Should be $8.95. But we're not staying there. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to make this particular strand of gemstones as accessible as possible. Down to $5.95. Another add it to your order price, particularly if you've already paid your P&P today, because we've just given you a £3 saving. So it's effectively as though we've covered the price of your P&P. You can add this to your order for just $5.95. I love the variety you get with the banded agate, and I think that's what makes it so popular here at Jewellery Maker. I mean, we heard Mark last week when we showed him those slabs of banded agate. In fact, they were very similar to these, weren't they? That kind of tone. He actually described that as the best star buy he'd seen this year. Such is the popularity of agate. And, you know, I think sometimes maybe I'm guilty of doing a gemstone agate a bit of a disservice, because I come from a traditional jewellery background, and so I'm a little bit like your customers. I'm a little bit like one of those customers that comes in and says, agate, never heard of it. See you later. I mean, I have heard of agate, but you know what I mean. You know, I'd be looking for the more prestigious gemstones in that instance, and so I'm sometimes not aware of just how important agate is to a jewellery maker. In fact, this would be a great complement to those huge agate slabs if you did snap those up. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? It was Wednesday, because I referenced it the next day. So yeah, on Wednesday, if you snapped up those slabs, these would be the perfect accent, wouldn't they? I think the reason that jewellery makers love banded agate is, of course, that each and every gemstone is completely individual. It's, you know, I almost describe it as having its own personality. Look at that. Oh, I see. The black sheep of the family, the one that won't fit in. Bespoke finish to every gemstone here, and a clearance price, 150 carats for $5.95. Flying out the door at that price, as you'd expect. So act now to avoid disappointment. We'll leave that on with you. We'll move on. It's a pity we didn't have this for the masculine makes, you know. That is right up my street. Oh, really? And again, we have a limited availability. Look at that. You like that, Pete?
I love that.
You love it?
Amazing.
There you go. Pete's on cameras. He's telling me he would definitely wear this. Let's give it the Pete thumbs up. A double approval, 2 thumbs up from Pete. Down to single figures of availability now. Every member of Pete's fan club's bought a strand. So that's 3 of them sold, Pete. Only joking. 200 carats of green line serpentine. Again, you've got that same effect there. You've got the bespoke finish to each and every gemstone. Lots and lots of character from this gemstone, but a lot of versatility. I can imagine seeing this in a sort of a Debbie Bolford design, actually. Quite earthy, but still very distinctive. Actually, it's interesting. If you get a little bit closer, on the surface of it, those inclusions look like they're just sort of white lines. They actually have a sort of silver shimmer to them. Don't think it's going to come across on screen, but for the lucky few people that take the last strands of this serpentine, you're going to be able to experience that for yourself. These are 15mm cushion cuts, corner drilled squares, sorry. Let's get the price on screen. Wow, $6.95. I'll tell you what, if somebody created a macrame bracelet with maybe black leather cord, maybe just green cord, to be honest, I would definitely wear that. And if I saw it at a craft fair, I would definitely buy it. You only need, what, you say 6 beads? 1, 2, 3, 6, that's 1, 2, 4, 6, that's 2, that's 3. 1 could be a bit smaller because you've only got 5. So you can get 3 or 4 macrame bracelets out of that. $6.95. Absolutely out of this world. We are now down to single figures of availability on this particular strand. It may be late,
but the deals are great.
There you go, a delayed reaction from Pedro, but he got to participate. $6.95. It looks to me like that's going to be a sellout strand. I'm not surprised. Not a gemstone we see every day here at Jewellery Maker. Certainly not with this finish. Very, very distinctive. And at that price point, it's a no-brainer. $6.95. We'll leave that one with you. We'll move on. Madeira citrine. Looked at this earlier. I was thinking about how well it would go with the turquoise at the time, because I think those golden tones and the blues go so well together. This has more of a sort of rich honey-like hue. This is, of course, Madeira citrine. In fact, I'm just going to hold that up like this way so we can get a bit of light passing through the gemstone and we can appreciate the colour, the clarity, the faceting. And again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. I think, for me, when I talk about jewellery quality gemstones, I'm almost saying that I could hold the strand up to a traditional criteria that a master jeweller would associate with a gemstone, and it would still pass the test, if you like. So the traditional 4 C's, if you think about the colour, well, you can't go wrong with this colour, can you? We've seen the sort of amber hues coming through. Then you've got the cut. I mean, yes, there's a slight variation in the size from 4x3 to 8x5, but the faceting is so perfect. Perfect clarity. And then just have a look at this, 50 carats of one of the rarest varieties of citrine. This is, of course, November's birthstone. Oh, I tell you what, anybody who got hold of the sky blue topaz earlier on this evening, this would be the perfect complement, and then you're working with both of November's birthstones. So if you know anybody whose birthday's in November, might be a good way to integrate both their birthstones into one design. This, of course, comes from our Gems of Distinction range. You can just tell this is just overflowing with quality, isn't it? I mean, the faceting is just outstanding. It's so sparkly. And I suppose traditionally with citrine, you wouldn't really associate it with being very sparkly, because normally you've got that lighter colour tone and you've got the clarity, so the light almost passes through the gemstone rather than being refractive. But because you've got that greater depth of colour on your Madeira citrine, that almost cognac tone or amber-like hue, you can really appreciate the way the facets have enhanced the overall look of the gemstone, sparkling away beautifully. This would be great for creating some quite vibrant jewellery, but for a high-end setting. So maybe if you're going to any special events over the summer, maybe a gala event, or, as I say, maybe our very own Genuine Gemstone Company ball that you may have bought tickets to. In fact, has that sold out yet, or is that there might still be tickets available? Speak to our help team if you'd like to join all the gang for a lovely evening of fun, and you get to meet all your favourite presenters. Except for me, I won't be there. That's probably... Oh, sales have gone through the roof. If you want to get hold of this strand of Madeira citrine, Gems of Distinction quality. In fact, I'd go one further. I would say, just to annoy Alice now, I would say this is jewellery quality gemstones. If you do want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number, because this has proved to be very, very popular here at Jewellery Maker. We only have a limited number available. We've actually got a lot of people already coming through on the phone lines. I'm about to put a massive smile on your face, or rather, producer Liam is, because he's going to give us all an exclusive price reduction. Don't describe $29.95 as for 50 carats of Madeira citrine as the price it should be. There's no way it should already be this low. But you know what? We're going even lower. That's what we do here on The Late Show. We offer you the best value on the market. Should be $29.95, apparently. We just took it down to $24.95. We're now talking about 50p a carat for Madeira citrine, probably one of the rarest varieties of citrine available. And to be honest, I can see exactly why everybody's flying through on the phone lines, because it's not just to do with the colour tone. It's not just to do that it's the fact that it's a very familiar gemstone, and the fact that it's citrine, it's November's birthstone, but also the faceting. I mean, it is so consistent on each and every gemstone. Real sort of checkerboard faceting on each and every gemstone, and actually, not only does that highlight the quality of the gemstone itself, but this is almost micro faceting, because the gemstones are quite delicate. I mean, even down here, look at this. This one's 4 by 3 mil in size, quite tiny, and yet, even after it's been cut and polished, each and every facet perfectly placed. And it's not just about seeing how many facets you can fit onto a gemstone. Of course, the lab are just really thinking about this. They're thinking about the curvature of the gemstone and where they're placing the facets in order to get the greatest play of light, basically so it sparkles. And that's exactly what you've got. As I say, not something you traditionally associate with Madeira citrine, but because you've got such a rich saturation of colour. I think normally I'd describe it as sort of a honey-like tone, but this is absolutely a cognac tone, or maybe an amber tone actually, in keeping. Okay, and actually, I'm being overruled by my entire team, because Tech Op Sam and producer Liam are saying it would go perfectly with the multi-tonal amber that we brought you earlier tonight. I wasn't sure whether they'd go together, but I will take that strand, Sam, if that's all right. So there we go. Let's have a look. So we've got the organic variety. Oh yes, great idea, because then we can see that it absolutely is. There we go. Is the colour of amber. Okay, and now, after seeing that, I'm won over. So you were right, Sam. My apologies. It works perfectly. I wasn't sure. I was just thinking, I'm not sure, but actually, I couldn't have been any more wrong, I think. I think that's what I'm basically going to say there. Oh, yeah, I mean, they're just a quality combination, aren't they? Very, very well-known gemstones. Because, you know, we were talking earlier after Rachel's text about the idea that certain members of your customer base may only want to invest in, you know, familiar gemstones. Well, amber and citrine, absolutely two of the most well-known gemstones. And of course, for the next 60 minutes, you can own this for $24.95. That represents a £5 saving. Have producer Liam to thank for that. But it's only available for a limited time. So get involved with that while you can. Possibly one of the rarest varieties of citrine, certainly one of the highest quality strands of citrine that I've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. Congratulations to everybody coming through, and we'll move on. We're now going to move on to another very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, Labradorite. In fact, our most popular gemstone. But with a slight twist, this is your white Labradorite. As a result, look at that, you still get the gorgeous Labrador essence. It's actually even more vivid, isn't it, because of the the colour tone that it's up against. Look at that. Lots of labradorescence there. Look at that spectrum of colour. It's not coming through as a little rainbow on your screens, but that's what I can see from it. Look at that violet tone there, really intense. This is gorgeous. It's almost like you're getting 3 gemstones for the price of 1 here, because it's white labradorite and you've got those jet black inclusions in the gemstone, providing you with that monochrome effect and a little bit of character, a little bit of personality almost. So you've got black rutile quartz, or the look of it, of course. Then, because you've got the sort of ice white tones with the labradorescence, very, very similar to what you'd see on rainbow moonstone. But then, of course, it is labradorite, so it's almost like getting 3 gemstones on 1 strand here. It is all 1 gemstone, let me be clear. It's 85 carats of white labradorite. But I was just thinking, you know, instead of investing in all 3 gemstones, you can get them all. You can just get your white labradorite, and you've got all 3 looks with 1 gemstone. And these are massive, these rondelles. Range from 5x2 up to 8x3. I'm thinking these broader ones here, maybe, well, all of those actually would be large enough to be used as charm designs on their own. So perfect way to maximise on the profit you can make from this particular strand. Maybe though you're just trying to create jewellery designs for yourself. Maybe you have no intention of selling your designs. This is your hobby. It's maybe you're a high-powered businesswoman and jewellery making is your escape from trying to make profit. So this, I think, caters for the hobbyist as well, because when you're creating beautiful jewellery designs, it might not be that you want to sell them, but you certainly want them to be noticed. And this is a gemstone that's again going to become a talking point. It's going to capture people's imagination because of that optical effect, and of course it's an alternative variety of a very popular gemstone. 85 carats of white labradorite. Let's have a look at the current price for our strand, $12.95. Now, my producer once again said, let's have a look at the price it should be. There's no way 85 carats of white labradorite should be $12.95. This is what we can bring it to you here at Jewellery Maker, because we offer you the best value in the market. That's our remit here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. Currently available for $12.95, but we're about to provide everybody out there with an exclusive clearance price, only available for the next 60 minutes, so act now to avoid disappointment. Felt for sure it was going to be going to $9.95. Look at Sam's face. She looks like she's going to go in there and kick Liam in the face. She's so angry. She's not angry at the price, but she's angry she's missing out. This has never previously been reduced in price. I should just say, I don't advocate violence, and nobody would be violent to any member of the Jewellery Maker team. $6.95 is a clearance price for 85 carats of white labradorite. Producer Liam's locked the door to the gallery. He said, he did sort of provoke her, didn't he? Do you know what I mean? Say again, Sam? There's another door. She's making her way round. How vicious of Sam. $6.95, I mean a clearance price for, well, a gemstone that I don't think we've had very often here at Jewellery Maker, maybe a handful of times. Somebody phone up now and tell me that we've had it 6 times exactly. But just look at that, you still get the labradorescence that you associate with the gemstone strand. No wonder we've got so many people multi-buying this. Congratulations to Christina, you've got 2, Joanna, you've got 2, Philippa, you've got 2, anonymous buyer, you've got 2, some people have got 3s and even a 4. Somebody just bought 4 strands. I'm not surprised. $6.95. The reason people tend to lean towards labradorite is the optical effect, and I hear that that's because it makes it very profitable. Captures people's imagination, almost turns people on to genuine gemstones. People who may have thought they had no interest in genuine gemstones prior to seeing labradorite, as soon as they lay their eyes on it, they want to own it. And at $6.95, we're not only making it possible for you to own this beautiful gemstone, but we're also selling the means to make dreams. So if you create a beautiful piece of jewellery working with white labradorite, I think you're going to make somebody else's dreams come true. They're going to definitely be invested in those designs. $6.95 is our clearance price, but it's only available for the next 60 minutes. If you've placed this item in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We are going to move on. What are you giggling about, producer Leah? Oh, I see. He's got something up his sleeve for the pyrite, he's telling me. Here it is. Silver coated faceted pyrite. It's going to be launched in less than 5 minutes. This is just phenomenal. Sam, you got some ideas in mind already? Just looking at how sparkly and shiny.
I think I may need to go for a little walk.
Oh, she said she's going to have a little walk in a minute and think about it. Well, do you think you're going to go for this walk sort of when the Starby music starts to sound?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Thought it might be, yeah. Okay, let's get these crackled quartz hearts into your collection. We've already discussed the diversity that you get from working with these hand-carved gemstones. And here, you've got lots of texture from the crackled effect. You've also got these beautiful colour tones, which I think would appeal to youngsters, actually, if you're trying to maybe get your kids involved with jewellery making over the summer months. I'm just thinking, like, you know, over the summer months. Now, I've got 2 children, and I've just had one off school for Whitsun, so they've both been running around the house. In fact, they've both been running around the house all weekend. And actually, on Saturday, it rained until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. There's not a lot to do. There's only so many Disney films or Pixar films. Yeah, but there's only so many you can watch in one day, is my point. There's a lot out there, but you can't just watch them back to back. Well, maybe 2 or 3. But then it's time to do something different, to engage your mind, and maybe do something creative. And actually, do you know what? This is an interesting fact. Most parents will relate to this. The summer months can actually, like the 6-week holiday, can actually undo so much of your hard work that you've put in over the academic year. Because you try to build your kids up, you try to promote a good work ethic, and you try to get them to engage with the work that, you know, the teachers are setting for them in terms of the curriculum, and also just trying to give them a thirst for knowledge. And then you get 6 or 7 weeks where they don't have to do anything, they're just playing, and then when you go back to school, everything you taught them last year is falling out of their brain. You've got to start all over again. So if you actually engage with something creative and potentially something quite educational over the summer months, jewellery making could be where it's at, and these little beauties will fit in perfectly. 130 carats, should have been $9.45, but my producer is taking them down. He's trying to give you a summer holiday treat. He's taking them down to $5.95. Do you know what? All you need is a reel of elastic, and by the time you've got your little girl making stretchy bracelets out of crackled quartz and elastic, you're away. She might even start her own small business. Who knows? We had a customer text in, started jewellery making when Jewellery Maker started at the age of 10 with her grandmother, and now she sells her designs online, and she's only 13 years old. So there you go. Could actually promote an entrepreneurial spirit within your youngster. I have to leave it. I'm being rushed because it is time to launch Pyrite as the star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for a premiere launch, and is a very, very popular gemstone strand here at Jewellery Maker. We're talking about pyrite. Now, traditionally, pyrite is known as fool's gold, and when you find it, it does have a golden tone to it. But we almost enhance Mother Nature's hard work by providing it with these coatings, and on this occasion, we have coated it with this silver finish. Very, very traditional metallic tone within jewellery. And of course, when you're creating handmade, bespoke pieces of jewellery, you know, you have to be able to provide a very high-end finish, but traditionally you want to make it affordable. And so if you're investing in huge pieces of 925 sterling silver to provide your designs with that metallic sheen, if you like, that's going to drive the price up. And it's not necessarily going to be evident to your customers where that money is going. You know, if you, especially if you're talking about tiny 925 sterling silver spacer beads, are people really going to equate the price point to those, what they might equate as sort of extras within the design? Pyrite allows you to inject that metallic shimmer into your piece of jewellery without having to invest in sterling silver. But of course, on top of that, it just works with so many different gemstones. You're still being able to provide your customers with a genuine gemstone. These are quite a significant size. They're 3 by 2 mil. I actually think these would work really perfectly with the Superstar buy, because you've got the faceted Smokey Quartz in that more pale variety. That would look perfect. In fact, any faceted gemstone would work perfectly with this pyrite. Now, this was always going to be launched at a very exclusive price. We had something special in line for this particular strand of under £10, and it is a very, very long strand, I'll tell you. In fact, there is where the 30 centimetres ends. So it's probably about 40 centimetres, I would guess. Yep, 40 centimetre strands, so you're getting a huge number of gemstones for your money, especially when you consider they are quite delicate cuts, although they're a little larger than a traditional rondelle. They're 3 by 2 mil in size, faceted to perfection. Now, I heard there was some negotiations going on with sales manager Scott when we went live at about 5 PM, because of course Scott was producing the Designer Inspiration Show, and I was told under £9 now, under £9. But during the last hour, there's been a little bit of a buzz going on in the gallery. They won't tell me what's happening. They said it's to do with the pyrite, it's to do with the pyrite. So I don't know what's happening. Everybody at home who's logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, like Lachlan, Joan, Anne, Verona, anonymous by Emma, Louise, Angela, you've all taken at least 2. In fact, Louise, Angela, Emma, you've all had 3. John, you've got 2. You all know something I don't, I'm guessing. And that's the price point, the exclusive launch price. Pete's pointing and smiling to himself.
I know.
He knows.
Some pyrite Pete. That's all I know.
Ah, Pyrite Pete always knows the price. That's what he's telling me now. Where did we get this one, eh? Even he's embarrassed with that one. Let's get our exclusive launch price on screen. £6.95. Wow, no wonder we had so many people getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com for this one. No wonder we've got so many people taking 2s and 3s here. Edith, congratulations to you. You just got 3 strands of this. And of course, don't forget, I want to know how you're going to integrate this into your designs. You can text through to 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio, or of course, you can use the message box at JewelleryMaker.com. We'd love to hear how you're going to integrate this silver pyrite into your designs. You do get a huge number. I mean, it may just be that you're going to use this as an accent gemstone. So maybe if you've got some of these more prestigious gems and you do want to make the most of them without seeing face, this is a gemstone that won't particularly steal focus from the beauty of your gemstone, because of course This is pyrite. It's got that opaque finish. It's almost like working with a precious metal in terms of jewellery making, because it offers you that same opportunity to have a metallic shimmer within your designs without having to invest in precious metals, or of course maybe you just love pyrite. An exclusive launch price. Oh, look who's just popped up on the screen. Who's missing? Sam, could I get a cup of water please? No, Sam's staff. See, you locked the doors, guys. That meant that she could do a runner. $6.95. Okay, that is an exclusive launch price. Who knows? We may honour that tomorrow morning at 9 AM, but right now it's easily your best opportunity to get hold of. Do you know what Sam's staff ordered? 10 strands. There you go. That just goes to highlight the value we offer you here. Even our own employees are prepared to jeopardise their employment to get hold of the strands. Oh, hi Sam, you're back, are you? What you been doing? What you been doing, Sam? Don't sit down there like you've always been there. Your name's been on the screen. How many did you buy, Sam?
1.
No, you didn't.
10.
10, that's right.
It's an addiction.
It's an addiction, she says. It's not a hobby, it's an addiction. And a really bad addiction. Look at her. Stand up, Sam. Stand up for me. Welcome to BA. Hi. And just say it. Just say it. Have the confidence to say it.
Hi, I'm Sam and I'm a Jewellery Maker addict.
That's right. She's Sam and she's a Jewellery Maker addict. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more... What? Sorry? I know. He's saying... He's so excited. I'll be honest, I'm really excited about this bundle. It's gorgeous. It's coming up just after the break. We'll do it a little bit before 8:30. Give everybody an opportunity to get involved, but I only have 50 available. The price point on this is redonkulous. Is there a storm broken out?
It is really bad out there.
Oh, it's been sunny. No wonder everybody's tuned in for the pyrite now. The storm's cooking. Okay, we're going to a break. When we return, the final hour of the Late Show, including that bundle and another premiere launch. Don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones needs to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
My microphone's working again now. My apologies. Welcome back to the Late Show, and it is the final hour here on Jewellery Maker, and we have some treats in store for you. Coming up in around about 15 minutes time, this bundle, everyone falls in love with it the second they lay eyes on it, and you will too. Beautiful pearls, amethyst and citrine, all coming up in about 15 minutes time at a ridiculous price. These are three of our most popular gemstones, three of our most popular strands, and we're going to offer you some pretty phenomenal value. I think that's going to be a sellout deal. I've only got 50, so if you do like the look of that, trust me, you will not be disappointed on the price. Start dialing the second the item code hits the screen. Oh, just look at the jewellery that you could create if you invest in this strand. This has actually been put together by Sue. And at the risk of upsetting all of our resident jewellers, that's one of the nicest pieces of jewellery I've ever seen created from one of our bundles. I would say it's a greater impact on the people that put the bundles together than the very talents of the jewellery makers. But that, you know, you can see the beauty when you just hold the strands, but then when it's transformed into an actual physical piece of jewellery, absolutely see how well the gemstones work together. That's coming up in 15 minutes time. And of course, coming up as our superstar buy in about half an hour. Gorgeous Smokey Quartz. Faceted Smokey Quartz. And it's coming up as our superstar buy. Yeah. Okay, where are we going to kick off with them? Okay. Oh my word, is this pink tourmaline? Yeah. I had an idea that's what you were going to do, and actually I'm going to let everybody know if that's okay, because they work so well together. Almost the same as the Midnight Blue and the Pink Sapphires. You know, when we looked at those together as a combination, have a look at this. Pink tourmaline and gorgeous tanzanite. Again, you've got those raspberry pink tones, and then you've got the gorgeous violet tones in your tanzanite. That's coming up in 1 second. These are your organic nuggets, range in size from 2 by 0.8 to 5 by 0.8. You can see just how seriously we take the information that we give you here at Jewellery Maker. Very, very specific information in terms of the sizes, but of course it will influence the designs that you can create, so it's important to make sure that you have all the technical information as well as the gemological information. And here we've got gorgeous pink tourmaline. And tourmaline is known as the rainbow gemstone. Comes in more varieties than any other gemstone. And actually, you know, when we talk about the huge red spinel that features in the British crown jewels, which has been mistaken for a ruby, interestingly, in the Russian crown jewels, there's another huge, what they thought was ruby, and it's actually a tourmaline. And it's actually a pink tourmaline. So almost goes to say what we were saying about the pink sapphires as well, doesn't it? How closely related they are to red rubies. I mean, it's just a colour classification. It's actually classified as a pink tourmaline that has been set into the Russian crown jewels as a ruby. So again, it's one of those gemstones which is ever increasing in prestige as we find out about these misclassifications. And the reason these misclassifications occur is that the gemstone is so beautiful in its own right. Again, gorgeous femininity. I personally would say that anybody that got hold of that premier strand of Pink Sapphire, you've got to be dialing that free phone number right now to get involved with this particular deal. Let's have a look then at our price, $7.95, 100 carats here. This is actually an 86 centimetre strand. I'll just show you. I won't try and skip with this one. Just have a look at that. A lot of gemstones on there. And we've come up with a few different ways of integrating these into designs over the last few months, haven't we? We saw some of Mark's memory wire bracelets, and he was just setting the chips with every now and then putting a pearl on the strand. I remember a peridot and pearl one that worked really well. How about that? Of course. Actually, this whole bundle works with this pink tourmaline, doesn't it? Pink tourmaline, I'll tell you what, if you're intending to get hold of this bundle in just 10 minutes time, and let me tell you, every single jewellery maker should be, that for me is an added to your order price, $7.95 for 100 carats of pink tourmaline. I mean, you can see here how effective the rough cut nuggets are within your designs, because they do provide a real sort of drama, don't they? I like that colour graduation. Beautiful that is. That works perfectly. So if maybe you're looking at this strand and you're thinking, yeah, I love the organic nature, but my customers don't know what tourmaline is, Ed, and I only buy the traditional gemstones. Like Rachel was saying, I only want a gemstone that's really familiar, has lots of prestige, How about the tanzanite variety? Gemstone that was exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered back in 1969. And it's interesting that, you know, even what we're looking at 40, 50 years ago, when this was being sold by Tiffany's, it had only just been discovered. And so it didn't have that sort of 4,000-year history that you associate with emerald, which allowed, you know, dubious trade links to build up, and therefore, you know, or something like, you know, you see with diamonds these days. Of course, you'll never see that with diamonds here at the Genuine Gemstone Company because we're part of the Kimberley process. But, you know, we do know that there are, you know, blood diamonds do exist in the world. But you don't have those kind of links with a gemstone like tanzanite because all of the traders of this gemstone would have been members of the GIA when they started to get hold of this. So you just don't have those same problems. You can be confident that the tanzanite you're getting hold of has been ethically sourced and has been traded for in an ethical way. And of course, here at Jewellery Maker, when I first joined the team 3 years ago, I never thought we'd be bringing you tanzanite, if I'm honest with you. It was a gemstone which I associated with Gems TV, and actually I associated it with selling jewellery on Gems TV, because whenever you put tanzanite to air, it flies out the door. People are aware of the gemstone. They know that it's muscling in on the big four. It's known as the big five, thanks to this particular gemstone. So people are aware of this gemstone. People are familiar with this gemstone. I expect to see Rachel on the lines for this one. Her customers want to invest in prestigious, well-known gemstones. I've got 100 carats of tanzanite here, and we've got these rough cut nuggets. Anybody that got hold of the pink tourmaline, it's a perfect combination. The raspberry rich pinks with those gorgeous violets and pale blue tones that you get from your tanzanite. Absolutely in love with this. Now, one of the key things about tanzanite is, yes, we only discovered it 50 years ago. Hasn't been mined really, really extensively, so you'd think, well, there must be lots of tanzanite to go around anyway, Ed, so we've got plenty of time to invest in this. Now, there's only one known source, only one mine where we can get hold of tanzanite. It's located in the very sort of gem-rich area of Tanzania, and that's the location after which it has been named, by Tiffany's, I should say. And yes, one known mine in the world, which makes it, it's estimated to be about 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, tanzanite in total. So you're looking at a very rare gemstone, and we just don't know how long that source will last. Right now, we're getting high yields of tanzanite, we're doing well, but who knows when that resource will run out? Who knows if we'll find another one? This could be your opportunity to get hold of gorgeous tanzanite, and here you've got 100 carats in total. These nuggets range from 2x1 to 3x1. They're going to make a significant impact on your designs, aren't they? And they'll make a significant impact on the price points you can achieve on your jewellery when you're working with a very prestigious gemstone like tanzanite. Here comes your price point, less than £10, 100 carats for £9.95. As I say, every single day it's estimated that tanzanite gets a little bit rarer because, of course, we keep taking it out of the ground, but we haven't found tanzanite 2 yet. The reason I say that, somebody will be tanzanite 2. The mine where we actually source tanzanite is known as tanzanite 1 because it's the only one of its kind. As I say, maybe we'll be fortunate. Maybe in our children's lifetime we'll find another source of tanzanite and we'll be able to continue to own this beautiful gemstone, but right now we only know of one mine, and that makes this a very, very rare gemstone, very prestigious gemstone. Any gemstone that is exclusively sold by Tiffany's upon discovery is going to be popular, and it's going to be prestigious. And this gemstone, not content with just building up a level of prestige all of its own, it's muscling in on the main gig. Traditionally known as the Big Four, we think about emeralds, sapphires, diamonds and rubies. Tanzanite muscling in, sharpening its elbows, pushing itself to the front of the queue. 100 carats of tanzanite for $9.95. Unbelievable. Now I should say, if anybody's sitting around at home and their great auntie or somebody's just phoned up and said, I'm missing Jewellery Maker deals, my satellite signal's dropped out because of this storm, let them know that all they have to do is log on to JewelleryMaker.com and you can watch our shows live, of course, to avoid missing out on any of the deals here at Jewellery Maker. Looks to me like that could be a sellout. 3/4 of the stock now been allocated. I'm not surprised. Tanzanite for under £10. We're going to move on. Woohoo! How many of these you got? It's not me enough to go around, I don't think, but who knows? You might actually benefit from the fact that the storm will have knocked a few people's satellite signals out, because we're about to bring one of our most popular strands to air. 160 carats of clear quartz, 5-petal flowers. When you think about the carving here, the job's been done for you. Maybe you want to get involved with a little bit of wire work. I mean, these would create really beautiful, dainty little rings, wouldn't they? Actually, you could even go for a sort of trillion effect in your ring design. I'll probably go for one though. That way you can really maximise on the profit you'll make. These are 12 mil in size, 160 carats in total. Oh, I'll tell you what these would be good for as well. Tiaras, hair combs, bridal bouquets, maybe a traditional bouquet but with little gemstones in there to provide a little shimmer, something that you can keep forever. Actually, I'm pretty sure my sister had some little gemstones inside her bouquet. It was red roses and thistles. Yeah, it looked good actually. Actually, do you know what? It worked perfectly. Red roses and thistles. There you go. Then get your clear quartz flowers in there. I love that. Sam, we'll talk about jewellery designs at 9 PM, okay? Come on with the chlorophyll. 160 carats of clear quartz 5-petal flowers here, 12 mil in size. And here comes your price point for the last in stock. Just to avoid any confusion, I can't throw the tanzanite and tourmaline in there. I wish I could. Good bundle though. Good colour tones. Think about that for future combinations, the pinks and the blues, or maybe reds and blues. Anywho, right now it's clear quartz flowers, 12 mil in size, so much detail, so much almost personality from a gemstone here, or rather from the carving of the gemstone, I would say. It's available right now for $8.95. They're flying out the door. I've got people buying 2s and even 3s of this particular strand. I told you we're getting busy tonight, and this is why, because we're offering you some phenomenal deals. How about this for a combination if you are thinking of putting together bridal designs with your clear quartz? Works really well with the pearls. I probably wouldn't use those 2 colours, but how about this for a traditional colour theme for a wedding? Amethyst pearls and your clear quartz. Oh yes, I get from Sam. Oh yes. Like it, like it. Okay, so we're going to bring that bundle to you in no time at all. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our final star buy of the evening. All we'll have left after this is our superstar buy, which tonight is a premiere strand of one of our most popular gemstones, gorgeous Smokey Quartz, in faceted rondelles. They're quite large in size, quite a subtle hue that you get from your Smokey Quartz, and this is coming up probably about 15-20 minutes time. It will bring the show to a conclusion. Amazing. Okay, that's our Superstar Bite. It's coming up in like 20 minutes time. Right now, we're going to bring you one of the most exciting bundles I think producer Liam's ever put together. For a number of reasons. One, all of the gemstones work so perfectly together. Two, three of our most popular gemstones together. And three, the price point is just totally ridiculous. I don't know how he's done it, but he has. And you all have him to thank for this. Now, I have to say, we only have 50 in stock, so if you do want to get involved, I'm going to be a bit naughty. I'm going to tell you, start dialing now. I guarantee you, when the price point hits the screen, or in fact, as soon as the graphics are launched, everybody who's logged in at JewelleryMaker.com will be able to see the price. Please start dialing right now. I want to see you on those phone lines immediately. Apart from anything else, the price point that you're going to see for these three strands, I think, would be justifiable for just the pearls based on the quality of the pearls you've got. Okay, hopefully that's giving you enough time to dial the free phone number. Let's get that code on screen. Springtime Fancy. These particular pearls are 8 by 7 mil in size. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to find better quality pearls for the price we're about to offer you. Oh, look at that, 20 people instantly allocating these to baskets. Phone buyers, I hope you're reacting quickly. It's going to be a sellout deal, I can almost guarantee it. 35 carats of amethyst. And a huge strand here, gems of distinction quality, polished to perfection. Because of the way they've been cut, it's almost as though you've got two faceted edges together. I mean, on others, you've got a truly polished finish, but you can just see, they're almost like a bicone shape, I suppose, like an organic bicone. You see that? Half the stock's already been allocated. 35 carats of amethyst, 40 carats of gorgeous, I would say, golden citrine. Again, you've got a similar cut. Let's get the price on screen. It's going to be a sellout. $9.95 for those three strands. If it was $9.95 for these pearls, I'd be excited. Liam, I think you better lock your door, sunshine. Check up on the rampage. 3 strands for $9.95. Amazing at the best of times, but when you talk about amethyst of this quality, citrine of this quality, and pearls of this quality, that is a deal not to be ignored. Congratulations to anybody who's coming through on the phone lines. Well done to people getting 2s of these Liz and Grace. Well done for multi-buying, because who knows when you'll see value like that again. Looks like it's a sellout deal. We have to move on. I tried to warn you all. Let's give Sue's design one last look, because it is very, very beautiful. Really sums up what can be achieved with that particular bundle. Oh, I just moved my arm around there. Do you know what I was doing? I'll show you. I was going, great bundle, to my producer. It's just beautiful. The second I laid my eyes on it, even before I saw the price point, I was excited by the combination. But at $9.95, I mean, that's what we're trying to do here at Jewellery Maker, to provide you with the best value in the market. And it looks to me like we are going to have a few people missing out on that deal. Tried to warn you. Have a look at this then, coming up in around about 10-15 minutes time. Our Superstar Buy, final opportunity of the evening. Do you know what, this is so intriguing really, because on the face of it, you can see there, sort of chocolate brown tones, traditional smoky quartz colour tone. That's what I'm trying to say. When I lean it back towards the light, because of where the facets are, because it's a slightly more subtle hue that you get, almost like a silver shimmer that you get there. Such high quality facety on that gemstone. Gorgeous clarity. Coming up in about 15 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. We'll see how many deals we can fit in before that though. Start with blue lace agate. Probably one of the most prestigious varieties of agate available. I've only brought this to you a handful of times, certainly I have. And this particular strand has only previously featured on the show once before today. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and so it's not a variety of agate that we can get hold of every day here at Jewellery Maker. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, these are quite large, significant sizes for rondelles. They range from 9x5 to 11x7. And on this particular strand, that equates to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 gemstones. I always say this when I'm talking about similar varieties of chalcedony, but I think that the banding or the inclusions on the surface of the gemstone almost look like cloud formations in a beautiful sky blue sky, I should say, not like what we've got outside, big black clouds and storm clouds. I love this particular variety of agate. It's almost a bit of a step up from other varieties. It's like the most prestigious variety. Not for all, you know, some people prefer Botswana agate, but for me, this is where it's at. Gorgeous banding, and you can tell the quality of the agate because it's not one of those varieties where we've been able to offer you, hundreds of carats. Instead, these are delicate, faceted rondelle cuts of this variety of agate. Something very, very special. You've still got, that high level of density on the Mohs scale, so you're not going to be able to damage them very easily. It's going to be very easy to work with, but of course a much more prestigious finish. And the banding is just beautiful. Almost like a sort of lavender or powder blue tone. 85 carats in total. Subtle variation to the size across the strand from 9x5 to 11x7. Am I right in saying this has only previously been seen once before? And was that on the morning show? That's what I have to say. This has been launched on the morning show to our free view audience. Maybe you missed out on that opportunity. If that's you and you haven't seen this strand before today, start dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your second and maybe your final bite of the cherry on this strand of blue lace agate. $18.95. I can tell you that the first ever strand of blue lace agate that we had here on Jewellery Maker, I was the manager at the time. We launched it on a Sunday morning show, and the price point that I was able to give you was $32.95. So that goes to highlight the way in which our buying power has increased over the last few years. And that's all thanks to your loyal custom, combined with the unique way that we source gemstones at this company, but also, I have to say, it's our mission to provide you with the rarest varieties of gemstones for the best possible value, and I believe that's exactly what we've just done. 85 carats of blue lace agate in your faceted rondelles, available for $18.95. If you want to add that to your order, then dial the free phone number right now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. As I say, who knows how much longer this will last for. We're going to move on though. Wow, gorgeous lapis lazuli. Sorry? No? You want to do the fun? Really? We had a discussion about this before, didn't we, with the green variety. It's not lapis lazuli, it's blue marcasite. Very, very similar colour combination, because you've got the royal blue base colour and you've got the golden inclusions on the surface of the gemstone, just like you would associate with lapis lazuli, but instead, in this variety, this is the marcasite. Now, marcasite is usually associated with very traditional or vintage jewellery designs. So anybody who sort of sells vintage designs to boutiques, or maybe you have your own sort of exclusive outlet, maybe you sell in, I don't know, a salon window, something like that. Maybe somebody's approached you and asked if you'd like to sell your designs within their retail outlet. This could be the strand for you because Apatite is traditionally associated with vintage designs. It was very popular with the Victorians, for example. Let's get the price on screen because for me it could be another sellout. $6.95, half the stock's already been allocated at JewelleryMaker.com, and it's only the second time this has ever been brought to air. If you want to add it to your order, then hopefully you're already on the phone lines or logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, because I think it's going to be a sellout, and I'm not surprised at that price point. Again, it's a gemstone we don't see every day here at Jewellery Maker, but it is quite well known. It's one of those that will spark, you know, a little bit of knowledge in someone's brain. I think, Marcus, I've seen that before. That's all you need potentially to make a sale. $6.95 for your blue marcasite, but it looks to me like that is now a sellout. If you have placed it in your basket, of course, make sure you check out, because if someone was to dial through before you did, then your strand could be allocated to their order. I'll leave it on with you at $6.95 because, as I say, it's going to be a sellout deal. They missed out on it. Oh, an anonymous buyer just texted in to say that they missed out on it. Say that again, sorry. No! How frustrating. The weather knocked somebody's signal out. When it came back round, they dialed up and said, have they done the 3-strander yet? They were like, yeah, it's sold out in about 2 minutes. They missed out. I'm so sorry. Can't account for weather conditions. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Oh, sorry, 9. Wow, look at the clarity from this. Beautiful. Oh, I won't bring it back then, even though it would work perfectly with this particular gemstone strand, wouldn't it? The purple amethyst, the citrine and the pearls. And actually, tell you what, so that I don't have to annoy everybody, just so happens I have another perfect accent gemstone for this. Oh, look at that. Now, I have to say, I know Mother Nature's created both of these gemstones. We like to emulate her, don't we? How about this? She came up with this colour combination for every tree going. She's a little minx, isn't she, Mother Nature? She's got it all up her sleeve. Love this, because the faceting on the Smokey Quartz is being mirrored in the clarity of the green amethyst. That is a perfect combination. Right now, I'm bringing you 50 carats of February's birthstone. One of the most well-known gemstones on the market, but possibly an alternative variety that not everyone's aware of. Now, at the start of the show, we had a text message from Rachel saying, you know, her customers tend to invest in the more well-known gemstones, the more prestigious gemstones, but they are prepared to pay a premium for those gemstones. And my argument is that maybe if you're the one who actually informs and educates your customer base, that might also lead to sales. If somebody's only aware of that purple variety of amethyst that we're so traditionally used to seeing on the high street, when you start to explain to them that there are, you know, a range of varieties of amethyst, including green amethyst, that might, you know, spark some interest in them. They might fall in love with the gemstone. And also, gemology is one of those subjects I find that once people start to learn a little bit about it, they just become like a sponge and they just want to know more and more, soaking it all up. This could be their introduction to really developing their knowledge on gemstones. If you're the one that does that, you're going to get repeat orders. They're going to come back to you time and time again. With green amethyst, for me, we don't see too many gemstones that have this sort of pastel tone of green, if you like. I think traditionally we think of those emerald greens as being much richer colour tones. This is more of like an apple green, much fresher colour hue from your green amethyst. And here you've got 50 carats. These are plain wheels, so they have a flat bottomed finish, very, very easy to work with, and they range in size from 4x1 to 6x2. Let's have a look at our price for this strand of amethyst. Wow. A Gems of Distinction strand of green amethyst. I'll just be honest, basically I was expecting to see a price point of £11.95. I didn't think we'd get this under £10. Oh, okay, somebody's internet's not working. Okay, XURU21 is the product code you need for green amethyst. I'll repeat that. XURU21, X-ray, uniform, Romeo, uniform, 21. Do you know what? Thanks, Pete. I don't know. Can you tell I've got a head cold? My phonetic alphabet is amazing. Do you know what happened? When I was a kid, my dad phoned me up from work and he said, go and get me that bit of paper out of the kitchen and tell me what the reference number is. And I was telling him and he was like, what? You know, I was like, M. He was like, is that M or N? And he was like, when I get in, you're learning the phonetic alphabet. Put the phone down. Got in and made me learn the phonetic alphabet. So I learned the phonetic alphabet when I was like 12, just because I annoyed my rather angry Scottish father. But yes, it did sit my mind there, because I've taken lots of painkillers because I've got a head cold. I'll tell you what, that was a lovely anecdote. But more importantly, let's have a look at the price point for the quality of gemstones we're bringing you here. This represents the best value on the market. 50 carats of green amethyst for £5.95. No wonder Karen's got 2, no wonder Sue's got 2, no wonder Abigail's got 2, no wonder an anonymous buyer in Norwich has got 3. £5.95, that is an add it to your order price for an alternative variety of one of the most well-known gemstones available on the jewellery market. Congratulations if you have taken advantage of that deal. It's what I would describe as an add it to your order price, especially if you've got your P&P up and running. What are you waiting for? So we're going to go for 15 now. Marquise cut of Smokey Quartz. We're thinking this might be the perfect complement to our superstar buy, and now that I hold them next to one another we can see it absolutely is. Oh, sorry, I just dropped that at the worst possible time. There we go, look at this. I'm thinking that you could create a very traditional and distinctive design using these 2 strands of Smokey Quartz. Okay, so this is our superstar buy. It's coming up next, but right now we're going to give you the opportunity to own over 40 carats of Smokey Quartz. This has to be considered one of the most wasteful cuts by any lapidary. It's called a Marquise cut. Are the specs right on this? Yes. Okay, so this is a Marquise shape, but it's not a traditional Marquise cut because it should be twice the length as it is diameter. These are 11x6, so very close. Talking about a millimetre in difference. But you almost get this almost leaf-like shape. I know that they're used heavily in bespoke jewellery designs as leaves to create that sort of vine-like effect. But actually, they work really well in very traditional designs. So if you wanted to set these into sort of a chandelier style earring design, so maybe a shoulder duster earring design, so the Marquise will work perfectly in those. Maybe on a necklace which is designed for a plunging neckline, so they'll sit really perfectly on the décolletage. So very, very traditional looks they work perfectly in, but also they have very versatile applications within jewellery making. So petals for flowers and of course vine leaf-like designs. If you do want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number. We only have a limited number available, I'm afraid, and they will work perfectly with our superstar buy, which I know so many of you are interested in. Let's have a look at the current price on this strand. £9.95. But we're not staying there. we are going to match a very special price. We're taking it down. Should be £9.95 in 60 minutes. It will return to that price. But you can own over 40 carats of Smokey Quartz down at £6.95. It's another add it to your order price. Actually, when we're thinking about that combination of browns and greens, you got that for £5.95, this for £6.95. Less than £20 for amethyst and Smokey Quartz, and those just work perfectly together, don't they? Another add it to your order price, another opportunity to maximise on your 1p and p per day. Over 40 carats of Smokey Quartz, as I say, very wasteful cut in the form of those marquise shapes, and it's available right now for £6.95. We are going to have to leave that, I'm afraid, because it is now time to launch the faceted rondelles of Smokey Quartz, a premiere strand as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and it's time now for our final shop-opportunity of the evening, known as our Superstar Buy. This tends to be our most exclusive launch of the night, and that's exactly what I've got for you right now. Again, we only have limited availability on this. That's why we're launching it here as our Superstar Buy, and I've already got a huge number of people flying through the on the free phone number to add this to their orders, so I think we better get the graphics on screen. 90 carats in total. Now these faceted wheels, or I think, do they do this just to throw me curveballs? I thought these were rondelles. I think they just do it to wind me up these days. Not wind me up and get me angry, as in make me look silly. All right, Sam, it's not the broom cupboard, love. She's trying to pack up. She's trying to pack away the products. You're looking for Ed the Duck if you want to stick your arm in, not Ed the amazing Jewellery Maker presenter. Get out. 90 carats of Smokey. What, sorry? Oh, a third of the stock's already been allocated online. Oh my word. Okay. If you want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. You know you have to act quickly tonight. I've had people missing out since 5:05 so far. So if you do want to get involved, please take my advice. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Place it in your basket. You can always throw it out if you don't like the launch price, but I doubt anybody's going to be disappointed with the price point we can offer you this evening. I know that Smokey Quartz is extremely popular with our jewellery making audience, and it's because of its versatility. You know, if you combine it with the earthy colour tones, then it'll work perfectly. It's a very subtle gemstone that will complement the vibrant tones as well. But then, if you imagine this set into a piece of very elegant evening wear, maybe with gold wire, for example, again, it's going to work perfectly. Just have a look at that. It is literally like paparazzi camera flashes going off there in our light box. Now that is a daylight simulation, so if you can imagine, with just a little bit of adulation, a little bit of movement, you are going to create a real stir when people see your jewellery design. It's going to be sparkling away, attracting attention. I mean, if you create a design for yourself featuring this gemstone, you wear it to work, I can see you getting 2 or 3 commissions off the back of this one piece of jewellery just because the gemstone is doing so much work for you. Huge facets. It's actually, for me, about the size of the facets on the outer extremity of the gemstone. You can see that even in the studio lights. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. You do get a slightly more subtle colour hue than I'd usually associate with Smokey Quartz. So rather than it being that rich chocolate brown, it's a little more subtle. It's a little toned down, if you like. I think that's going to work for so many people because now you can work with gemstones that offer you more clarity. Maybe that green amethyst we just saw, that would work perfectly. Maybe even your clear quartz. It might not be such a dramatic juxtaposition between the clear quartz and the very rich smoky quartz. This is somewhere in between, so gives you lots of design scope as a jewellery maker. That's what we're looking for, isn't it? When we're investing in genuine gemstones, yes, we want them to have a bespoke finish. Yes, we want them to sparkle. But really what we want is design opportunities, and that's what we've got from this particular gemstone. I mean, even if you just wanted to make something simple, like a glass charm, this would work perfectly. How about on the end of an extender chain? Yellow gold plated sterling silver extender chain, just a simple faceted smoky quartz on the bottom of that, just to give your jewellery designs that extra level of opulence, something extra. That's what I would say your customers are looking for when they're investing in bespoke jewellery designs. Half the stock's now been allocated, so we need to get the price point on screen. It is an exclusive launch price for us this evening here on The Late Show, under £10 for 90 carat of smoky quartz. So many people maximising not only on the value of this strand, but also on that 1 P&P per day. People taking 2s and 3s. Karen, you've got 2. Sophie, you've got 3. Another Karen in Yorkshire, you've got 2. Pamela, you've got 3. If you want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. Act now to avoid disappointment. On that last bundle, we had a limited availability stock level, and it's sold out. We had people missing out. That could be the same for this. Don't forget, 30-day money-back guarantee on every single item from us here at Jewellery Maker, and 1 P&P per day. So if you've already got an order up and running and you're in two minds, add this to your order for just £9.95. Make an informed decision once you've seen it in the flesh. If you're umming and ahhing, if you're caught in two minds in a couple of minutes, this could be a sellout deal. So act now to avoid disappointment, and then you've got 30 days to get it home and appreciate the beauty of this gemstone before you make a final decision. Well over half the stock's now been allocated, so you are going to have to start dialing that free phone number if you want to get hold of a strand of this faceted smoky quartz. I know that it is the favourite gemstone of many jewellery makers out there. I suppose probably because of its versatility. Works with sterling silver, works with gold, works with rose gold, works with vibrant colours, works with pastel tones, works with earthy colours, works with prestigious gemstones. It is really a gemstone that ticks all boxes, isn't it? If you have placed it in your basket, I'm being advised to tell you to check out to avoid disappointment, because we have still got people queuing on our free phone number to get through for this particular strand. We only had 100 to start with. It was limited in availability, and it looks to me like it could be a sellout this evening. Don't take my word for it. Always speak to a member of our award-winning help team, as if there are any left in stock, they will allocate this to your order. We're never going to limit you to one strand here at Jewellery Maker. It's our aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. We want to be a wholesaler, and so we allow you to add as many to your order as you wish. We saw earlier a member of staff, Sam, getting hold of 10 strands of pyrite, taking advantage of the wholesale deals we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. You can do the same. If this strand of smoky quartz has taken your fancy and you want to add this to your order, act now. I have only got 17 of these left in stock, so we are now approaching very, very limited availability. I've got about 15 placed in baskets at JewelleryMaker.com, so very, very limited availability. If you want to take advantage of this, it is just £9.95. Can't guarantee it will be at that price tomorrow morning. This is an exclusive launch price. Hopefully there will be some in stock and it will be that price, but I wouldn't personally take the risk. I'd get hold of it right now if it's taking your fancy. Of course, dialing that free phone number right now is simply a signal of intent. Just shows that you're interested in the strand. Once you get it to your front door, that's when the decision-making process begins, and you've got 30 days to make that decision. A risk-free shopping experience from us here at Jewellery Maker, and of course, the best quality gemstones, the rarest varieties, and the best value on the market. I'm going to have to leave that one with you at £9.95, and actually that will conclude the show this evening. We'll be back tomorrow with more late show deals, and of course you can stay tuned right now for the Designer Inspiration Show. So if you've been thinking about a few different disciplines and you want to get a heads up from our experts, then you can get involved. And tomorrow, of course, we will have the return of the wire mesh deal, but this time the 10mm variety. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for our wire mesh deal and, of course, another premiere launch. Have a good night. Thank you and good night.
And learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
When you place your first order with us, you will receive a free booklet and DVD full of handy hints, tips and tutorials to help you get started with your new Jewellery Maker hobby.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck!
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire boot